All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. It's another roll up and go, and I've actually got some stuff that I want to talk about. So we're not just gonna be effing around. Let me get the chat up here. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Just get this shit up here. And then, of course, you guys know I've got to do my my PSA whenever we do a roll up and chill, because I wish somebody would have done this for me. And they didn't. Get up here. Too big. Hold on. Good enough. All right. We have a normal size grinder. This is, shout out to Sharpstone, tried and true. We open it up. Looks like that, right? Basic stuff. But this is relatively small if you're about to roll 4 king size joints as I'm about to do. So this is my grinder. It's a little bit different. But again, the PSA is to make sure that if you're going to get a bigger grinder, open up the top and look at the size of the teeth. I did not anticipate that these would be so much bigger. And of course, the bigger and more space in between the blades, the holes themselves, or even the holes themselves to go in. The smaller the hole, the finer the grind, the bigger the hole, bigger the blades, they call them blades, teeth, whatever, the or of course the grind. So some of you, if it's not your first roll up and chill, you'll know how we get over this, but I still like to let everybody know. We're starting out we're starting out a little empty. We cleaned out last time. So let's see. So I'm in a fun mood today. So typically, like I'll get my shizzle in these kind of things, and usually I'll get a full ounce of 4 different strains. But this time I decided I'm gonna get 3 ounces of 3 different strains, 1 ounce each, and then I'm gonna get 4 different quarters for the final ounce. So I got a quarter pound in total. Quarter pound in total. But a little bit more variety. And so we have this is the standards in going in the mason jars. We got our little stuff. This is some Pop Rocks. Let's see what that is all about. It's pretty dense. Let's see. Not bad. A little stemmy down there, but we'll see how that breaks out. Shout out to DV Viewer Steve. Welcome to the party. Remember, guys, if you are on the vertical stream, that is totally cool. But if you prefer to be in the regular landscape, I will always pin the link to the top of the chat. And now, since sometimes we have issues with the chat, it's in the description as well. So it will be in the description, whichever stream you like. That is up to you. And TV found it. There you go. We also got VHS. Welcome to the party. Got a question. Have you read the book Self-Made Man by Nora Vincent? I have not. What's the moral of this story? Welcome. We also got Caucasian Sasquatch. Welcome. What a glass skull of vodka. I'm gonna be mixing some screwdrivers later. I was thinking, how about drinking? I anticipated on doing this stream from earlier today, and the game plan was that because I had a client that was about a 40-minute drive away, so not a lot of time, and I was up late last night, and so not a lot of time to get my sustenance. You guys know I am puny and tiny, Speaking of which, check out the goal. If we hit the stream goal, I've got to do 2 push-ups for every $1 that no, the other way around. Every $2 is a push-up that I got to do. And so I got this long drive ahead of me, and I'm thinking this is perfect timing to suck down one of my protein shakes, so that when I get home, I just need to, have a little bit of a snack. A couple wontons and a protein shake. That's all your boy really needs if I'm gonna be drinking. So that was the game plan. I'm driving, and maybe 10 minutes into the drive down to the client, and I just had like a hunger pack. I sleep late and I don't eat until late. I usually don't eat until after the stream in general. I may have a protein shake, but I do not even use it. Hidden notice, welcome. So we'll put check the goal. Every $2 is one pusher. Every $2 is one pusher. I am 15. Look at this. This is pathetic. Pathetic. I need your help. Welcome to the party. Just a feminist who lived a whole year as a man for research. I heard about this. I haven't read this. Now that you're saying, I do remember that. I haven't read it, but I have heard about it. After years, she was mentally horrified at how bad men have it in society that she offed herself due to depression. Yeah, I'm not surprised. There was a viral TikTok that went around of a trans dude, a chick, setting up as a dude, who mid-20s or so. And, I definitely cannot do 75 straight, but I absolutely will try. I mean, I do better with my auto. Let me know if it's finished. But yeah, hypnosis. If you want to see me fail to do, actually, I don't know. Let's try. Let's give it a try. 75. I feel like I can do. I can't do 75 straight, but I think I can do 75. I think I can make that. Anyway, so I'm all set to go through my client, have my sustenance in the car, and by the time I get home, like I said, just a little bit of a snack. I'm in the car, and I reach down. Don't have a shake there. And so I'm thinking, like, God, the way that. Oh, all right. Well, of course. Let me put this down. Bam. Shout out to Hidden Gnosis. Oh my God, just wants to torture me. So first, with every person comes with a treat for Morty. Come here, bud. Come here. We got food for you. Ooh. This is what we call a swole stream. Boy, all right. I said I would try. I told you I would try. So, if I got to do it in like 6 different things, I will do it. All right, here we go. Usually, yeah. All right, let me just I'll switch my microphone. I'll use the lab mic once I do this. Oh, 50 push-ups. All right, or 75 push-ups. Jesus Christ. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Oh shit. Oh, 37, 38, 39, 40. All right, 40. That's not bad. That's not bad. All right. Knocked out 40. That's more than half. That's more than half. We got it. We got it. Oh shit. All right. And my elbow. 35. Up here. I'm gonna count 35. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Oh man. Oh Jesus. Oh man. All right. 25. 25. We got this. Oh my God. Ain't no bitch. Ain't no bitch. Let's go. I ain't no bitch. All right. 25 left. 25. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck. This is hard. This is hard. What's up, Lomo? I got challenged. So, I ain't no good. Challenge. Good. What do we do there? 23. 23 left. Let's go. 23. 23. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. Come on. 9. 10. Oh shit. 13 left. 13. 13. 13 left. Let's go. We got this. 13. I should have stretched. Oh, I should have stretched. Oh. How you stretch? No, this is why I need y'all's help. Shout out to Hypnosis. Making it a slow stream. All right, 13. Ain't no bitch. Let's go. Be a fucking man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Come on. 8, 9, 10. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. I really didn't want to leave just like 3 left, but I got you. Shout out to Thump and Weevil. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Only 3 left. We can do 3. 3 is bitch work. 3 is bitch work. But just because Hypnosis is the gangster, let's do 5. Let's do 5. 1, 2, 3 is 75 push-ups. And 1, 2, 3 for good luck. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, very, very much. Oh, man. I'm gonna need a second. I'm gonna change my mic. Hold on. Woo-wee. Oh, my goodness. Shout out the hidden gnosis. Oh, my God. I feel like dying. I feel like dying. All right. Okay. Actually, let me try real quick. Let me try bouncing out and coming back in again, because it's way more annoying with the laptop. All right. Test, test, test. Is that better? or no? Thank you, Hidden Gnosis, for making a man out of me. Let's give a big shout out to Thumpin' Weevil as well. And again, thank you so very, very much. Yeah, let me know about if I still need to put the mic in, if it's still clipping, or if we are good. And I remember where I was in my story. Heading out. All right. Thank you so very, very much, brother. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. Even if I'm just a dancing monkey. I almost wasn't going to stream tonight. So you have a good one. All right. That is a way to start off the stream. If you are just joining us, it is a roll up and chill. I've already given my PSA about make sure you understand the size of the teeth in the grinder that you use, so that you don't get giant chunks that will rip up your raw cones if you're a gangster that likes doing that. So I was telling the story about how I was planning on drinking now because I'd planned on doing this stream already. And can you imagine? I could have just taken the night off. Hidden Gnosis wouldn't have been around, and I was $50 I would have just thrown away. Man, thank you so much. So yeah, I was planning on this, and I wanted to drink, and so I was like, I'll bring the protein shake with me, and then have enough sustenance to soak up the alcohol and whatever. I'm 10 minutes in my drive, and I reach over. Again, let me know if the mic is clicking or whatever. Just wait for now. I reach over to get my shake. I'm like, oh, fine, and there's no shake there. So when I make the shake at home before I leave the house, then what I typically will do is leave it. There's like a little table that I have by the door, so it's right in front of my face, so that I don't forget it. Every once in a while, I will forget it, but that's usually a good system. But today, I guess I'm thinking while I'm in the car, I must have forgotten to bring it with me, which is, frustrating in and of itself. But now Morty has access to it, and it's chocolate flavored, and it's got peanut butter in there, and we all know how he feels about peanut butter. So he is, it's a crapshoot whether or not I'm coming home to a giant puddle of protein shake. And again, it could be that he tries to climb up on the thing, but he doesn't get it, and it's fine. Could be that he tries to climb up and tries to get it, but he can't reach it, but he knocks it over, and now it's just all over the floor. It also could be because I ordered some paper towels. I got a nice big box in front of the thing that the cup would be sitting on. And it could mess up all of that. Like, let's see, so there's a whole bunch of, and I'm on the road already to my client that's over 40 minutes away. So there's no turning back now. So it's just, try to hope. Morty, please, don't mess anything up. Please. Don't do a lesson, whatever. By the way, side quest there. With two chicks that live together. I don't know if they're like together or if they're just friends. But when I did the evaluation for the dog, he's a little golden retriever. He's like maybe 40-pound golden retriever, small dude, very cool. And they were like, "Oh, let us know when whenever we'll cook for you. We love cooking." Like, all right, bet. I literally didn't eat. I didn't have my protein shake that day because I figured I would go in and they would have food for me. And so whatever. Now I'm on the way home. We finished the dog training lesson. On the way home, and again, I'm just solely focused on the hope that Morty was tired. Morty was, just anything besides looking for that protein. I walked in the door. You could probably even hear on my security camera being just like, "Please, Morty, please." I walk in, I can see a puddle, and there's nothing. All right, bet. So I look at the table. There's nothing there either. I'm like, what? Did I leave it upstairs? So I come up here, and I'm like looking around. There's no protein shake up here either. I'm like, how is this happening? Turns out, I just didn't make one today. Not only did I forget to, it's not that I saw the protein shake there and forgot to bring it with me. I just never made one. I just never even thought about it until the moment in the car where I went to reach for it. And because I make one almost every single day, I assumed that I had left it. That whole time, bugging over nothing. All of that to say, that is why I am not drinking right now. But hey, depending on where this goes, we might get a little crazy. What are you guys? Talk to me, baby. Talk to me. I feel like I'm speaking into the void. What you got? Where are you from? You smoke? What's good? All right, so now we're all packed up. I was thinking of checking out some of the clips from the State of the Union address because I decided not to cover it like as a whole stream and go through all of it. It's boring, but there were some moments. TV missed the push-up. Good thing you can rewind it, but I did it. Now that you're here, how is the mic? People were saying it was clipping before. I wasn't sure if it was the computer itself or if it was your screen. I think somebody would let me know, but just confirm. Hey, we got Dick Johnson in the building. Welcome to the party. You already missed the push-ups. I'm not doing any more. I did 75 push-ups. But we can still get Morty his special treat. And so what happens when we do that? So obviously he can't reach his head that far down. So he'll get like that far down, and then I'll take one of his bones and just kind of like scrape it around the edge. And he's got a whole nother thingamajigger. Yeah, so that's yep. 75. I was talking about the swole goal, and Hypnosis was like, how many, like if I give you 50, will you do 75 right now? And he said 75 straight. I was like, I'm not promising that I can, but I'm promising that I will try. So here's what we'll do. If we get, let's see, what should we do? If we get another, so that was 50, right? So okay, if we get to $75, then I'll do an extra 40 push-ups. So that's more than usual, because usually it's 2 to 1. I'm saying if we get another $25, 40 push-ups. That's a deal. That's a deal. So now we're all full here, and like I said before, we want to make sure that we have a nice fine grind. And so what you want to do, you want to start there. You don't want to smash it down. You just want to rest it there, and then in one smooth motion, and it might not be that smooth, you want to flip and spin. Boom. Oh, that was not good. Okay, not bad. There we go. Ever have a BOGO? Buy one, get one off? There we go. Let's do a little bit more of that. And I'll show you what we got. Yeah, man, that is, so I figured we would check out some clips from either of the things in the title, because pretty wild. I was listening to the podcast itself with Tucker and Huckabee in the car, and I gotta say that Tucker Carlson has been, not what he said specifically, but his show. People have been on his show, the types of conversations that have had on his show. That has been the biggest influence on me changing my opinion on Israel and the Jews and all that stuff. Because yeah, he's talking about like Huckabee's like, do you think that Israel has a right to exist? And so Tucker Carlson like, okay, well, I mean, what exactly does that mean? Like, do other countries have a right to exist? There's this just special thing for Israel. And like, he just could not answer. He could not answer. And it just showed how big the house of cards has been of Israel, you know, the importance of Israel, the relevance of Israel to Americans. It's just there's just nothing there. It's just like they own us. There's no reasons. There's no nothing. They just decide, oh, well, the Bible said, therefore. Insane. But TV, what do you mean by this? You ever have a BOGO? All I know, BOGO, is buy one, get one. Shout out to Lowendorg. Very good to see ya. Welcome. Bite of wonton before we. Oh, BOGO. Buy one push up, get one push up. How would that work? I'm down. I'm down. But yeah, how does that work? All right. So now, again, because we had those big, ugly feet and those wide holes, put it upside down, and now it's nice and fine. There's gonna be little pieces like this, but like imagine if this was as fine as it got. Like I can just kind of part. Now we're ready to go. The only other thing we need. Oh man, this is almost empty. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna need a second. Oh. My favorite kind of food? Seafood. I love seafood. Like, oh. I didn't realize I had one rolled up. Bet. That's only 3 we got. Yeah, I love seafood. I still remember the first time I had crab legs. It blew my mind. I did not realize that food could be that good and also that like because there's not much to seafood, right? But it has that distinct flavor. I don't know. I love it. I love it. Lobster, shrimp, all that shit. We said Tucker fatigue since the early 90s. Well, I mean, Tucker 2.0 is different. I mean, I never watched Tucker 1.0 on Fox or CNN or any of those things. I didn't get that type of exposure. But I will say, again, it's not so much about Tucker himself, but the way, in this case, you know, well, I mean, first Darryl Cooper was on, then Nick Fuentes was on, and instead of it being, you know, some, why are you such a nothing? It was, I think the fact that he's having long form conversations in and of itself is seafood is goated. I don't eat sushi that much, but that's because every single fucking thing that I know of is made with avocado, and I'm allergic to avocado. So I don't eat a lot of sushi. But oh man, a seafood boil. Ooh. But I eat seafood and I eat it. And like, so just the difference between Tucker doing a typical legacy media show versus him doing long form discussions like this, where he, I mean, TV, did you see the Huckabee thing? Can we pull some clips now? All right, let's pull up some clips now. Let's pull up some clips. Let's go to because I mean it was such a good, you have seen it, yeah, and so let's talk about it, because there's so many points where, you know, Tucker just asked a very basic question. And Rachel Wilson was on JRE today, and I opened X to Andrew Wilson saying, obviously, if Rachel's episode on Rogan gets more views than mine, I shall have to feed her mercifully. That is funny. Let's see what we got. Yeah, right. He's riding hard. He is riding hard. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And it's just it's weird how such basic questions are met with like, oh, I don't know what it is that you could be asking me.
16 million.
Yeah. So Jake said, I haven't figured out the deal with Tucker, Candace, Owens, Erica, and Nick Fuentes. That's a good place to be because there's a lot of questions. Let's drop the tunes here. All right, and then what are we talking about?
In the entirety of the world, there are about 16 million Jews total, and 8 million of them live here. The rest live mostly in New York or South Florida, and a few other places.
Okay.
So this is a small population of people. They have connection to this land, historically, biblically.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
If Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense? How do we know that? Do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So no one does. That's the point.
But
so how do we know?
And so Huckabee's trying to be like, well, you don't know his family tree. That's the point, dude. That's the point. The leader of this country that you're saying is so important to the Jewish culture, faith, religion, whatever. He's not one of them, but maybe potentially ancestrally he is. Okay, what if he's not then? What do we do with that? Whatever.
Family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So no one does. That's the point.
But
so how do we know that he has any connection to this land at all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language, the Bible, the land.
His ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right to be here?
I don't disagree that Huckabee is small time, but he is the fucking ambassador. That is the first line of defense in terms of this information war. He is the first line of defense, and he fell flat. Bullock said, if they're not at the same time, being able to hold such disproportionate power and influence, it speaks a lot about who actually runs things. Yeah, and I mean, Tucker asked Huckabee straight up. Or maybe it's the other way around. But one of them, because I was listening in the car, so I didn't hear it, and I listened at 2.4 speed because I'm a gangster like that. And someone was like, "Do you think that Israel like pulls the strings or whatever?" And out loud, I was like, "Yes." Let's see where it's. But yeah, and this is a specific claim about whether Jews have the right to the land and the leader and that whole.
Speaks the language.
Speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right to be here?
Very much speaks the language. He has fought for the land.
Oh, so that's
his family is
okay. So if you speak Hebrew, now that's enough. If you speak Hebrew, notice how he picked on. Well, he does speak the language. Okay, what about the more important parts of this claim?
Does he have a right to be here?
Very much speaks the language. He has fought for the land. His family has fought for the land.
Dodging a very obvious question, which is, where does this right come from? And the reason it's meaningful is because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna grab some of these, and then I want to show you something in this clip that is, a big deal. Oh, okay. Bullock said Israel doesn't pull the strings. Ethnically Moorish Americans are the ones pulling the strings. If you mean, are you saying Moorish or do you mean Moorish? Because I don't know that word. But let me back this up a little bit and notice how he says, I already answered your question. When of course he did not. But he's putting forth that Tucker is asking him a question again that has already been answered. And when he said, well, I gave you the answer. And instead of, going back and being like, no, you didn't, just answer it, which is, sometimes useful. But the other way around that, a little bit more soft, a little bit softer is, oh, well, I must have missed it. Can you tell me again? I didn't miss shit. You didn't answer my question. I like Tucker because he's goofy. But do you think he's crazy? I don't think he's crazy. I mean, he's definitely an eccentric type of dude. But, I mean, if the yarmulke fits, right? If the yarmulke fits.
His family has fought for the land.
Dodging a very obvious question, which is, where does this right come from? And the reason it's meaningful is because
he said, I've given you that answer. Okay, I apologize, Mr. Huckabee. I must have missed it. Can you repeat it?
Because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans.
Yeah, that whole religious claim, science comes along and we can map the genome, and it's like, I don't know if that really works anymore. Did you really think that, or were you just saying that because we couldn't tell who really were the ancestors or not? Shout out to Box. Welcome to the party. It's not really a fan of Tucker, but slowly watching him become a normal human has been cathartic to me. I mean, obviously I do like Tucker, but I was saying this kind of thing that since he's become Tucker 2.0, he's been the biggest, or his show rather, has been the biggest influence on me changing my mind about people who talk about Israel and the Jews and stuff. That not that I have become the Jews person, but that I understand a little bit more of the nuance that it really is Israel like that. And TV said no, that he's the same old Tucker, but I disagree. Shout out to Volt Metal Chad. Welcome. So you think Carlson will ever run for office? Nah, I don't think so. I think he's got enough money. I think he's got enough influence that there's no real benefit to him actually running. I honestly think he can have more influence on the culture with just the show. Tucker's the left cheering him now, which is, well, it shouldn't be wild because the left is just about, oh, I'm on the good side. Are you on the good side or the bad side? As Israel bad? Oh, you say Israel bad? You must be good. Yeah, you have the same bad guy. That being said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I mean, I'd vote for him. I don't think he's Box voting for Tucker. Okay, now maybe he should run. If we can get people like Box on board, then where is my fucking phone? Hold on. Shout out to the viewerski with a big $10 PayPal. Let me move all this shit so that we don't fuck this shit up here. Yeah, come here. This is for you. Come. Yeah. Oh, now you got to stretch. Come on, they're waiting. Yummy. Here's a Hail Morty. I had to use I's or L's because my exclamation point doesn't work on this keyboard. Yeah, they are really between changing the names. Yesterday they had some issue with the chat. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but you gotta get your shit together. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. We also got Boss Man. Welcome to the party. I'm just rolling up here. We're talking about the Tucker Huckabee conversation, and yeah, again, it's just so the inability to answer. The inability to answer these basic questions and the amount of effort being put in to take the conversation elsewhere is telling me all I need to see. Telling me all I need to see.
Been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam. We don't know that. A lot of them we know have been Christians for 2,000 years. They have less of a right to the land than someone whose ancestors, the only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or Poland. They're Eastern European. How does that work?
They're Jewish.
By what definition?
Oh, that's it. They're Jewish. Therefore, they're Jewish. Therefore, that's it. That's it. Shout out to No Name. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So Tucker's dad was Epstein's lawyers. Did we talk about that? I think we've brought that up, but not for a while. Not for a while. What do you? No, I mean I've heard that. But what do you think? What do you think that means? What is the significance of that? Yeah, Box Huckabee was definitely not ready for this, and I think that is, a bit of the power, that Tucker has, is that he can, love him or hate him, he has played in these political circles for decades, and he knows how these people operate. He knows how to get information out of these people or demonstrate that they have no information. And so I'm not saying that, there's no sliminess to Tucker. All right, no, ain't nobody saying that. But in terms of disseminating information and getting the stuff that we that we want, it's legit. Shout out to David. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tucker's arguing the same point as the Native American argument here. Yeah, good point. Who's Native American? Who's Native American? Which is a small community? Hey, we got Liberty Plus TV. Welcome, welcome, welcome. First kids to comment pizza. I mean, hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know if he has mind control powers, but if that's what you want to call influence, then sure. I think Tucker's a moderate plant. We should love him, but he's a clown. I don't know, man. Because I don't know if you heard me say this, but his show, not him specifically, but his show is the biggest reason that I've become more open to listening to anti-Israel, anti-Jewish rhetoric. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm like, oh yeah, F the Jays. That's not what I'm saying. But I can understand that there is actually some nuance to the types of things that Nick Fuentes is saying. Even if we want to go all the way back to Ye, the fact that he, like, what he was learning at that time, maybe he didn't have the best grasp on it, but it is what it is. He said, why are so many people connected to slime balls? It's a big club and you're not in it. It really affects my opinion on people sometimes, and I'm learning more every day. That's all we can do, right? You don't know who Tucker Carlson is? Tucker Carlson. Right, so exactly. Nick is insane. Don't take him seriously. He's a rage bait teenager. Exactly. But the fact is that he's effective. He's effective with his age group. And so I didn't understand why. I understood why I personally disagreed with him, but I didn't understand why he was so popular. And nothing better than the Piers Morgan interview enlightened that. He is a buck against what the Zoomers and younger see as the system. Just because that's his main role, not so much we need to fix the affairs between Israel and the U.S. There is a lot of issues that he touches on. Also, there are lots of Native American tribes. I always wondered which were actually first. Couldn't have all been the first people. Yup. Here's an MVP and getting right from the debate. What if it's 4D chess and he really, really cares about Western culture and is willing to take these L's so that we could all see what we need to see? Just saying. So let's finish this clip up because I think this is a perfect example of how Huckabee not giving an answer is all the answer we need. They're talking about how Netanyahu may not even have an ancestral right. And then Huckabee saying, well, as long as you're Jewish. Like, okay, well, but how do we determine who's
their Eastern ancestors? The only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or Poland. They're Eastern European. How does that work?
They're Jewish.
By what definition?
They're Jewish by their
But how do we know they have any connection
they're
to
Jewish
the Jews
by their
of the,
faith. They're
of the
Jewish
Bible?
by the connection to the language. Jewish by the connection to the Torah.
Okay, so if you have any or all of those things, then you now have a right to settle in Israel. Do we see already how on a very basic level this doesn't make sense? And it's like, I'm not here to act like, Jews are bad. Jews shouldn't be allowed to live. I'm not saying anything like that. But the questions that Tucker is raising are very legitimate. And when there's no legitimate answer, or at least an attempt to answer, then it makes you say, hey, wait a minute. What's really going on here?
The
Jewish
Bible.
by
And I admit, I'm late to the game. I admit, I'm late to the game. And I've always told you guys that foreign affairs is not my is my weak spot. But I literally just didn't understand that Israel is pulling the strings of the American government. That's what we're talking about.
How does that work?
They're Jewish.
By what definition?
They're Jewish by their
But how do we know they have any connection
they're
to
Jewish
the Jews
by their
of the,
faith. They're
of the
Jewish
Bible?
by the connection to the language. Jewish by the connection to the Torah.
And so Tucker's asking, like, yes, okay, fine. I understand what you mean when you're saying someone is Jewish. But if we're taking it specifically to where now you are owed land, then what is the threshold? Where do we stop? Is it just that anybody who knows Hebrew is entitled to settle on this land? Is that it? Like he's 2014. I mean, hey, making a comeback, maybe making a comeback. Like, so Netanyahu's mom came from Minneapolis. Oh my God, what a fucking shithole! Minneapolis. What's something good Minneapolis has done? Because everything that comes out of Minneapolis that I hear about is shit.
They're Jewish by their
But how do we know they have any connection
they're
to
Jewish
the
by
Jews
their
of the,
faith. They're
of the
Jewish
Bible?
by the connection to the language. Jewish by the connection to the Torah.
But how do we know that Bibi, specifically Bibi's ancestors, ever lived here? How do we know that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
How do we know?
Oh yes, you do. So I mean, boss, if you're being genuine here, like Israel is a country in the Middle East that is where the Jews are, and there's a lot of fighting, and they have a lot of control in America. If that's not enough context, I can't really go into. I mean, not that I even know it that well, but I can't go into a whole history lesson right now. All right, let's finish this one.
But how do we know that Bibi, specifically Bibi's ancestors, ever lived here?
That's a specific question. How do we know that his ancestors specifically lived here? And Huckabee's answer is, well, they're Jewish. Well, they're Jewish.
How do we know that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
How do we know if the Prime Minister of Israel's ancestors ever lived?
Maybe I could ask you, how do we know they didn't?
We don't. That's
on the basis of the.
That's the whole point. You're saying these people are entitled to land, and then you're saying, well, how do we know that they're even those people? That's exactly the point. Is Tucker asking for Jews to take a genetic test to prove they are Jewish? Well, he's presenting the notion. He's asking Huckabee, how is it that we determine that you as an individual, not to say that Jewish people can't have land, like let's not even take that part out of it and say, okay, we're going to say that Israel is the land for Jews. If you are Jewish, you have a right to this land. Tucker's not asking for a genetic test specifically, but he's saying there must be some threshold, because then the things that Huckabee listed, like fucking speaking the language, or I could just convert to Judaism overnight, or however long it fucking takes, and then am I entitled land in Israel? So that's really the question. And so we're trying to nail down how would, genetic testing would be a really good way to prove who is really descended from Abram and who is not. But Mike doesn't want to say, oh, no, we don't need to do that because instead we do this. And so he's just going to more and more extreme things. Shout out to Blueberry Street. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Better shape tonight. Glad to hear it. How many are you in? I am sober. I am sober. Let's roll up and chill. I was telling the story about how I planned to drink during the stream and made a protein shake so I'd have something in my stomach, and then forgot the protein shake at home and was scared that Morty was going to knock it over and make a big mess. And then I came home and realized I never made the protein shake in the first place. I got my wonton soup. I'll probably get a drink before the end of this, but What are we at? I wonder, DNA testing is illegal in Israel. I wonder why. Because maybe it would solve all the issues and there would not be any more fighting. Yeah, no. Whoopsie. Yeah, I don't see how else you'd prove it without a genealogy. Yeah, and again, that's not Tucker saying we must do this. But the question is, okay, if we don't do that, then how do you determine who is Jewish and who deserves this land and who's not Jewish enough?
Maybe I could ask you, how do we know they didn't? I mean,
well, it's on the basis of the claim that they did that all kinds of things happen. People are displaced. There's a money flow. I mean, it's a big question. A lot hangs on this. Mm-hmm. It's not some theoretical thing like, oh, do my grandparents do this or do that? It's like, no, we have a right to be here because my ancestors were here. Okay, how do we know they were here?
How do we know that? How do we know?
I'm totally unable to process what you're trying to get at.
What a fucking politician. What a fucking politician. A very clear question. If you are this, then you get this. Okay, how do I know that you are? If you are this, then you get that. If you are this, then you get that. Okay, how do we determine who is this? I don't understand. Cannot compute. Like what? What are we talking about? Should I get a drink? All right, I'll get a drink. We'll get it. Let's drink it up, baby. Let's drink it up. I'm gonna get my big one so we can you guys are a bad influence. He did not. He absolutely did not. What happened there was Huckabee realizing that that there's no good answer to that question.
Well, it matters.
So, all right, let me get my drink. Should I pump in? Here's what am I gonna do? Why is it taking so long? All right, I'm just going to put on a little clip here. Shout out to Emmett, who couldn't answer my question last night. Let's just pop him in a little bit and see where we're at. Do what is good and why you should not do what is wrong. Whereas we'll take the non-aggression principle. It does have that should, but it's way more broad.
Well, the should is usual. Pretty much the non-aggression principle is the only should that you have in the libertarian idea, right? You should not aggress on others. But let's come back before that, because I'm not talking about, I'm just doing an easy statement. I'm not going through the moral idea. Just a description of the market. If I would have a market that is deregulated, would you agree with me that that market would expand?
I mean, it depends, maybe, but maybe not. Overregulation, I think, is a big problem with a lot of industries. Mm-hmm. So this was a debate on legal. Oh, you couldn't even see it. This is a debate on. Hey, thank you so very, very much. I'm gonna go get a little drink. You guys check out this excerpt from a debate about legalizing prostitution that I had with Emmett, based on libertarian principles.
I can agree with you. What I'm talking is, let's say that I have, let's say that, because it's something that's very usual. It's a very common idea when it comes to libertarianism. So the idea goes like this: you have a market and you want to have free exchange of things. And the more you attack that market and that free exchange between individuals, the worse the market becomes. That's pretty much the basic idea in libertarianism when it comes to the description of the markets. Right. So if I have a market that is not regulated, in essence, what I'm saying is that market should expand because there's more people can voluntarily exchange in said market.
Yeah, lower barriers to entry.
Exactly. So if I have a market, I'm not talking about morality. If I have a market of things that I consider to be immoral, and I open the market to anybody to do that thing that I consider to be immoral, the idea would be that market would expand, right?
Okay. I mean, yeah. Again, I'll take your word for that for the sake of conversation. So then,
yeah.
Continue.
So I understand the should when it comes to libertarianism. It's not an attack on them. This is a descriptor of the thing. If I have a market that's completely open when it comes to slavery, I would say that market would expand thanks to the fact that it's open. So we have, like, the Romans had these kind of markets. They were very big, and we have had different times and different. In fact, we have different countries that have been known for the slavery, like the Koreans. Like,
would it maybe I'm a little lost. Would it stay with your bottom line if we switched it from slavery to, like, drug addiction, where because the non-aggression principle is violated by slavery? But if we're going to talk about something like heroin use, then I'm fully understanding what you're saying, that, like, okay, yeah, you're not aggressing on anybody, but you're bringing down society if everybody's just going to start doing heroin. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is it's not even, has nothing to do with the moral claim right now. It's just a descriptor of the market. So I'm using the idea of slavery. But I'm being a little bit scummy. I will say that I'm a little bit scummy in the sense that I'm bringing up a thing that most people will think that it's bad, to describe how the market will expand if we have nothing to stop said market. That would be, like, the idea.
Right.
But I think
going back to, I think the drug thing works as well, because I'm not necessarily talking about the economics or the morality per se, but just the effectiveness of how we want society to run. I think, if I'm correct, the point you're trying to make is that if we open up the market for slavery, then that is not a good thing, whether we're talking morally, economically, or whatever. So we don't want that. And I'm saying, if it's still the same thing with drugs, and I completely understand you. If it's not the same thing, then I'm a little lost.
No, it is. I would say that it is the same thing. I would think that if we have, if we just deregulate all of the drugs, in fact, this has happened in other places. What we see, well, you can see it in the United States right now. It's anecdotal. You can call me on that. It's fine. Today I saw a video of a guy that just OD'd on the street in, I believe, Portland, after he was given one of these safe kits for the usage of substances, right? Mm-hmm. And the people that gave him that were on the other side of the street because they went to get some food. So the point is, I can go ahead and make the idea of there's going to be an increase in the usage and even in the potential problems that may arise in the double entendre. So one is cost, because you don't want those things to happen, so you may have regulation on them, and that may cause other kind of problems. But if you don't have any regulation, what you would have is the same thing happening, because more people would want that thing, especially when it comes to drugs. I think there'd be a lot more.
And I think yeah, and I don't think that even changes if we just specifically talk about prostitution. I think if it's legalized, there's going to be a lot more of it. But that runs into, I don't necessarily see that as a problem. I see that there could be problems that come from that. Whether we want to talk about the economic problems, or we talk about the societal problems, the morality problems, we can. I do see how that would not be good, to put it broadly. But
if you would like to watch this entire debate, I will put the link in the chat. All right, now we drinking. And so, no, I'm actually, I don't know what part of India my family is from, but I'm American, Jack. Dilly, fucking dilly. So we were going through, we were going through the Tucker and Mike Huckabee thing because it was just like very, very obvious that the attempts. This is I imagine what Charlie Kirk was upset about when he was writing to whoever it was in Israel about, hey, we're getting massacred here in the propaganda war or whatever. And you can see that there's just nothing there. There's just nothing there. So we got another clip here. It's a restaurant thing. If you ever worked in a restaurant, the kitchen, they drink out of these. Projection. Let me guess. You got long hair, but it don't look as good as mine. Projection. Oh, I love when they get jealous. Imagine coming across a random stream and seeing somebody not talk about anything that they look like, and you look at them and say some shit like that. Weird. Do I tint my hair? No. I'm going gray, motherfucker. Where was that? We going gray. All right. My thing with Tulsi Gabbard is her skin. I can't do acne. Lay down, Bubba. Lay down more. Lay down. You were laying down so good. She looks good, but once I know that you've got that much going on, I just can't. Did we ever wait? Somebody said that we were talking about BTFO last night. Somebody said back the fuck off. Is that what that means? I still didn't know. Silver, salt and pepper, something like that. You know. My mom just decided to stop dyeing her hair. She is going to be. What's the date? Okay, yeah, she is. She just turned 70, and before she used to dye her hair to be this dark. It looked like just regular brown or dark brown hair, but in the light you could see that there was a red tint to it. But when they moved, then blown the fuck out. Okay, what does that even? What does that mean? What does that mean? But yeah, when they moved, didn't have the whatever she needed, and she's like, all right, fuck it, I guess new life, we're here, and she's like, let it go silver. We'll keep it silver for the ladies. Were you not the same person who was asking all this shit the other day? Answer me. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And no, they are devout Christians. Also, I got some horrible dabs the other day. Fucking Garbo, live resin terps. Oh man. Do you go to a dispensary or do you go to a plug? Gotcha. It's like, yeah, but what is okay? But what is it? Like I understand the usage, but like, what is the actual acronym, or is there one? All right, so let's go back. Check out this clip again. If you are just joining, we are talking. I am rolling up and drinking a little bit, but we're going over some clips from the Tucker Carlson, Mike Huckabee discussion, because it is very, very obvious that having an issue with Israel in the way that Tucker presents is not anti-Semitic. I just realized, I know TV said it before, I just realized that we did the Jew Jersey stream yesterday, and now we're talking about this. Hey, it's just what comes up. Hey, shout out to Sam with a $5 make you holla Said, how is it going, bro? It's going pretty well, aside from the fact that I'm probably not going to feel well after drinking this much. Stop licking your asshole, and then you're going to put your tongue on my fucking hand, bro. Come here. He's busy. But yeah, I was saying I had my whole thing set up, driving 40 minutes to a client and have my protein shake. So in the car on the way back, I'm good. Then by the time I get here, then stream to you guys, get a drink, do the damn thing. But I forgot to make the protein shake. So I'm just going off, I'm just going off a prayer here, said the non-theist. Morty, he's still going. Morty, come here, you dirty dog. Come here. Hup, hup, hup. Bam, 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 bam. Sam is trying to feed you, bro. Sam is trying to feed you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much appreciated, sir. I have my Puffco for dabs, dirty as shit, but it just doesn't seem. It's just it's not enough of a hit when I take a dab for it to be good enough to replace the ritual of having a joint to smoke. You know, not yet, but we're rolling up. Not yet. We got Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Oh, how was that? I've never seen any of the Scream movies because I watched the like scary movies, and they always made fun of that, and for whatever reason I just thought that it was bad, and then I just never got around to it. Yeah, for real. I don't know if I could be nicer to my dog. I literally am like trying to be like, I keep spoiling you, but you're gonna die soon, so whatever. BTFO is an internet acronym meaning blown the fuck out, which refers to a person, team, or idea being decisively, spectacularly, embarrassingly defeated or owned. We just used to say pwned. Right. Scraping the dab pen and wiping the oil on your bud before rolling a joint in fire. Well, that is one way to do it. The other, easier, better way to do it is with that razzle dazzle. So check out the so we got 2 grams of keef. Well, hold on. I'll do it for the vertical people. We'll do one at a time. So we got 2 grams of keef. Oh, now 50% THCA, 45% total THC, a little bit of CBG in there. Then we got all these yummy terps. And so instead of adding something liquidy, because the thing is, when you put when you do that, you waste a little bit of the what's the word? Like you lose a little bit of the high from that because it's not heated up well enough. Versus when you do this and you just got a nice little jar of keef, then you could put it. Well, then you put a little scoop. So like this is about to be finished, and I have just that lead there, and so I'm just gonna take a little bit. A little scoop. Actually, that was kind of a bigger scoop than I needed, but whatever. And then, how well can you see this? Then you just mix it up. And it strengthens all the weed. Now all of that is keefed up weed with legit ass keef. Make sure we get that one nug packed in. That was the one that fell through, guys. That's why you want to turn your grinder upside down. And then you just pack it nice and tight. Oh, almost ripped it. And actually, while we're here, before we go back to that clip, I'll show you my explicit packing method. So you don't want to push too hard, and you don't want to fill it up too much, because you want to, if you have a fine grind, then you want to pack it a little bit tighter and then loosen it up. So already, before I take it off, I don't know if you can see, but the weed ends here, and there's a little bit more. So then I'm going to keep the thing in there, push down, and get that out. So now we're here, and then I'm going to pack that hard. Really pack that down in there on the corners. Get it in there. Really, really pack it tight in there, because then, so now this is all, so this is where we're at. We got that much space, but we've been packing hard, and then we just take a little bit of and even it out. So it's a nice smooth burn. You just go through, and you can feel like down here there's extra space. Up here it's thick, so just where it goes, and just rolling, 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 rolling. You can feel it. You can feel it getting. Oh yeah, there's some nice air in there. I'm gonna be able to pull that. And then the top gets like that. The top you don't want too loose, because you want, when you smoke it, then you want the edge of the paper, like you don't, especially with the glue strip, you don't want one edge of the paper to light and then it starts burning down here and canoes. So it's a little bit tighter at the top. And so now there's a little bit less space, but now it's much more even. And that is how we do that. All right, where are we at? Where are we at? Been the last two movies. Word up, word up. Fair enough. I do not have a woman. Never seen this. Yep. Don't tell my Carl. Oh, yo. Scream movie night. Scream movie night. Holy shit. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. And we're going to send it to him. Morty, what are you eating? Hey, what are you eating? Hey, get out of there. I don't know what's over there. So we're going to go. Morty, come on, dude. I can fucking hear you. Leave it. What is that? Oh, all right. Go to Mike Harlow. And where's the thing? Oh. I think we need to have a Scream movie night. What's the word? Marathon? 2 questions. And then let's see what he says. Let's see what he's. Oh, you didn't see any of that. God damn it. Well, I did it. I sent the picture to him. Hold on. We'll show it. God damn it. And this is also why I hate X. Because then, now it's like, oh, I'm trying to show you the thing. And it's not going to be there for another fucking half an hour. Why? Why is this the only fucking platform that does this? Why? What are you doing? What is it that you are doing that this is not here yet? Why? What is happening? What is the processing that is going on? Every other fucking website just fucking works. And this isn't even not working. This is how it's supposed to work. Jesus Christ, this is obnoxious. I do not understand. I cannot for the life of me understand why they added this. Still not there. Still not there. Let me guess. I'm gonna get a fucking thing on my phone that it's failed to send. I hate it. I hate it so much. It does not make sense. It doesn't make sense. Where is the post? Where is the post? Why? Why? This is infuriating. This is infuriating. This is social media in 2026 and you can't post a fucking picture? And you want to fucking talk shit about TikTok to me? Get the fuck out of my face. No fucking thing as to why it's not up. So just taking its sweet fucking time. This was supposed to be a quick little funny, ha ha ha, look at this. It's still not up. What is happening? Somebody click the timestamp. 9:27. It's been 10 minutes. It's been 10 minutes. What is going on? Obviously, okay, 10 minutes since the thing. I just want you to see it because I did it. All right, I stopped caring. I fucking took a screenshot of the fucking thing. Infuriating. Infuriating. And you motherfuckers have the audacity to talk shit about TikTok. The audacity to talk about TikTok. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Moving on. Box is definitely a legend. My God. Yep. You know it. Since I found a seed in a recent bag I bought, I was sharing its growth. Grown Afghan and tons of autoflower plants. There you go. There you go. It depends. It depends. You definitely won't not. Everybody dab, everybody smoke, everybody do on that. The smell of zigzag will forever be etched in my mind. My parents were zigzag people. Dad was the king of the pinner. Yep. The good old days. I used to be a Dutch guy. And as I always say, I used to be able to do 2.75 gram blunts for one Dutch master without having to use the outer strip. Cause I'm a gangster. X is definitely not Bay. TikTok is the one. Okay, so then why the fuck does it happen to me? I pay for the fucking thing because when I DM somebody, I don't want it to go to the spam folder. Wait a minute. It's still not. Whoa. Wait a minute. Okay, I said 10 minutes before, but it's still not there. How is that possible? What if we go to Mike's page? That's crazy. It's just disappeared, dude. Okay, well, can you see this now? Okay, at least you can see it now. Scream movie marathon. And I have that. That's all I wanted to do. That's what all of this was about. That's what all of this was about. Now I bet you. Now because I did that, I'm gonna refresh, and it's gonna be there. That is how X is meant to work. No. Oh my God. I hate this fucking site so much. I hate this app, this site. I hate it. Oh, all right. Let's catch up with the chat and then we'll watch that clip as everybody fucking left because I'm crashing out their favorite platform. All right. Well, there you go. There you go. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Ooh. Thank you, sir. Hey, we got Marilyn. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Box is getting all the love. Let's give him one more dilly. Box doing the damn thing. All right, so I am going to, before we hop back into Huckabee, because it is a roll up and chill stream, remember that since we are, adding all this keef, we don't want the keef falling through the mouthpiece. So you just take a little bit and make a floor. So now, well, obviously you can't see it, but nothing's going to fall through. Hey, shout out to Marilyn. Morty, come get a treat. Morty. He's not going to come over here. I don't know what he's doing. He found something. Morty, come here. Hup. What? Look. Come here. He's not going to listen to me. Morty. Yeah, good boy. Come here. I hear you moving somewhere. Where are you? Come on. Come here. Look what I have for you. Oh my God. I'm going to leave it here. And when he comes back, we'll put him on camera. I have no idea where he is. He's probably literally in the direct middle of under the, oh, there he is. Yeah, come here. I actually had a fight with my mom when I moved in. From Maryland, God herself. I had an argument. Do not step on this. Here, no, eat that. There we go. Eat that. Okay, there we go. I had a little argument with my mom when I moved in here. You're blocking the light, bud. Because I didn't want an under the bed. So I have my bed, I got like the headboard, the whole thing. And Mom was like, oh, it's if you're gonna have girls over here, there's never been a woman here. If you're gonna have girls here, then you can't have your bed on the floor. Never been a girl here, so anywhere I've hooked up since I've lived here, it's been at their house. I specifically, for 3 reasons, wanted the bed, the box, the frame of the bed without legs on the floor. Number 1, now there's no under the bed. So Morty can't drag garbage and bullshit and hair and all of this stuff under there. The under the bed is gross right now because it's under the bed. Number 2, the viewing angle of the TV. I used to have my TV mounted on the wall, so it was a pretty decent angle, but that TV sucked and broke. So now I have a different TV and it sits on my dresser, so that's even lower. And now it's, I'm laying here and the TV is here versus laying down here and the TV's up here, because the TV, this is where I sleep and the TV is in that direction. So I have to be on this side to be able to see the TV. So my shoulder gets fucked up because if I'm over here, then I can't fucking see anything. Whereas if the viewing angle was better, I would have been able to do that. And then, of course, cleaning is easier because everything's right at the side of the bed instead of underneath. But no, it's not your house. You've never fucking been here. And now you don't even fucking live in the state. But you need to tell me how my bed is. Thanks, Mom. Anyway, this is why I need to smoke. This is why I need to drink. This is me sober. We started here. We started here. This is why I drink, yo. This is why I need it. Yeah, well, we'll filter, make sure we get the good stuff in there. I mean, I'm about it, but the fact that there are illegal states actually does help the pricing here. So I'm happy to sacrifice you people that don't have illegal recreational so that I can get good prices. Well said, Minnesota legalized weed like 2 years ago. We got 2 stores and they're overpriced as fuck with poopy quality, soulless corporate mids. Which is exactly, we have a dispensary, at least in central Jersey area and definitely down by the shore. There's a dispensary, every 3 blocks, but super expensive. It's the same fucking Cureleaf company. And that is why everybody goes through a plug. Except me, of course. Well, no, that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game. I mean, look at Walmart. There's a reason that they go in and corporatize everything from the beginning, because they learned that. Instead of letting the mom and pop shops come up and do their thing and whatever, then let's just start with the corporate greed from the beginning so nobody has anything to complain about. Makes sense. Exactly. Well, and I'm not even talking about sleep. Look, if my 70-year-old Asian mother who's married to a doctor had an issue with me wanting to sleep on the floor, still don't really think that's your business, but totally understandable. Totally understandable. I'm literally just talking, the legs of this bed are probably 6 inches. How does me being 6 inches off the ground help? I've told you how it hurts. How does it help? Oh, wait, it looks nice. You know what else looks nice? My fucking TV from the right viewing angle. Jesus Christ. Morty is also my role model. That is my lush surprise. If anybody who has any kind of alcohol, but specifically these seltzers, would like to sponsor me, I will never drink out of something that does not have your branding on it ever again. Speaking of which, let's let's see. Well, there we go. And a little bit. Some people know, but they don't tell because they're the real ones. I'm with that. I'm about to say the other way around, but no, buddy. I'm saying that you now become Canada. Yeah, you're right, Sam. But at what point? At what point does, and I'm going to get a little bit serious here. Well, at what point does your own personal desire to feel better about, whatever's going on with your son, whether it's job stuff or just as something as basic as being comfortable, at what point does your worry come in second to what is actually beneficial to me? I made these clear arguments at the time. I was still living in this old lady's home. My entire life was in one room, and I was ready to get the fuck out. And so I was not, mincing. Well, it's got to be this. It's got to be that. This is the first place we looked at. I was like, good enough. Let's go move in. Now I hate the fucking spiral staircase. But look at this. Look at this greedy motherfucker. He's gonna stop doing it as soon as I turn it. But he's got his peanut butter that he won from yesterday, and he's doing all that crick that you hear is him being like, can you give me more? Can you give me more? So here's what we'll do. Any yellow super chat will get Morty a peanut butter refill. Let's make it happen. Or if we get 3 greens or 1 yellow. 3 greens or 1 yellow. And here, look. I try to get him on camera. Go ahead. Here. No, do it. Do it for the people. Show them what they're fucking. But he can't reach any further. So he's just like, fill it for me. See, look at this. Look at this guy. Please. 1 yellow or 3 greens, right? That's the $2 one. Yep. And the thing is that I end up fucking giving in anyway, because he's spoiled. And it's like, I know you want it. And there's no reason for me, like, in the years prior, it made sense not to spoil him, because then, for the rest of his life, he would have, you know, these expectations. But now, you know, like we don't, I mean, they said he had 6 to 12 months, like 18 months ago. So every day we living on a prayer. I literally, this is not a joke, every single morning, the first thing I do, come here, come here, come here, come here. I hate when you do this. Come here. Mort, I'm trying to do a thing. Please come here. Come, come, come. Jesus Christ. First thing I do every morning, I say, hi, we get to spend another day together. All right, get the fuck out of my face, bitch. But I say it every day. And then before we go to bed, I'm like, thank you for spending another day with me, bud. That's my dude. That's my dude. That's my dude. Dilly dilly. See, if you're on the vertical stream, you're missing a cute moment right now. Click the link in the description to come on over. Yep, John Bon Jovi on John Bon Jovi. I mean, Jersey, everybody knows that. R.I.P. R-Cat. All right, so we've only got one. We got one rolled up. We got the floor for the other. Let's check out the rest of. You know what? Just while we're here, I just want to say. Bro, what? Neither of those? That is insane. That is insane. I hate this fucking website. Oh, there we go. There we go. I don't know why. Whatever. Okay. Anyway. Diving back in. So this is a completely separate clip. I don't know exactly what this is going to be, but I saw the whole thing, or not the whole thing, but most of it.
Ask you a question, like, how much does it matter what Americans think?
Ooh, ooh, ooh. How much does it matter what Americans think? Which should be such a silly question. Just like the State of the Union thing, which I absolutely will bring up. Don't let me forget about that. Don't let me forget about that moment in the State of the Union. If you know, you know. If you don't, then there you go. Pack it up. Very basic question.
Ask you a question, like, how much does it matter what Americans think?
Well, it matters every bit what Americans think. That's why Americans vote. It's why Americans have the opportunity to have free speech. We want them to have that.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans support a war with Iran?
Whoa. What do you mean you want them? You want them? Are you not American? I can't run out of papers. I always make sure I have I got my, well, this one. And then when this one runs low, I have one over there. And then when I open the second one, then I order 2 more. But listen to how he said that. We think those Americans over there should have free speech. Us Israelis over here, it's in the devil's in the details.
Ask you a question, like, how much does it matter what Americans think?
Well, it matters every bit what Americans think. That's why Americans vote. It's why Americans have the opportunity to have free speech. We want them to have that.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans support?
We want, I mean, if the Americans can't get free speech, then, you know, I mean, it's not the end of the world. But we want them to have that. Thank you. That's why we tune in, right? Like I said, show of hands. Who wants to go do this Iran thing? Anyone here want that? Do I have a? I don't have a crickets thing over here, but I would. What can I do?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Echo or no echo? Can I live on a prayer again? That didn't echo.
Catch me outside. How about that?
It echoed, didn't it? Can we get an Iran poll war going? Yes, we can, sir. Yes, we can. Did it echo or did it just play normal? because normally these have been echoing. So give me something more specific. What do you want the poll to be? I don't want the Iran thing, but I don't really care about it much if we do. Iranians seem to want to be free of the Muslim regime. 32,000 confirmed dead civilians in Iran for protesting. Yeah, that's bad. What's that got to do with me, though? Oh, you mean because we bombed them last year? That maybe this will fucking be a part of my life? Maybe that's why the 12-day war wasn't really a fucking thing. Oh, man. Clone Dark is talking shit. There's 2 of you over on the vertical stream. Come on over to the real stream. I'm just kidding. You can watch whatever you want. But all right, so let's do a poll for the which one? Which is this? Vertical. Okay, so we'll do. I am hopeful about how things with Iran will go in the near future. So we'll start with that. So what did I say? I am hopeful about how things with Iran will go in the near future. Agree or disagree? Remember, guys, if you're on the vertical stream, hit the description, come on over to the landscape and take part in the discussion. Since the pro-Palestinian woke-tars don't care about the dead Iranians, apparently. Of course not. They don't care about anything except the game that they're playing and winning points for their team. I don't want the Iran war. I don't want the Iran war part. ISY. What's ISY? What's ISY? Not hopeful. I hope that. Well, that's why I'm remember, I'm very particular with my wording. So right now we're at 100% disagree, but that is not so much of a prediction of what will happen. Just will it go well? So we'll first see if you guys think it will go well. If you don't think it will go well, then we will see what is it that you think won't go well. Not hopeful either. I'm worried about World War III. I said shit. Me too. Clone Dark, chill out. I still need them here. If you chase them away, then they're not gonna fucking they're not gonna play the game. We can just yoink like we did in Venezuela would be one thing, but 100% agreed. 100% agreed. If there was some way, is the main part. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't want the Iran part. Is the main thing. Yeah, agreed. But yeah, what is the fact that we can't do, or in general, the fact that we can't operate the way that we operated in Venezuela because of the fact that it is the Middle East is in and of itself a reason to see them differently and be like, we don't never gotta apologize for intensity. Dilly for intensity. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a book. Is that a bubble or is that a thing? It was a bubble. It looked like a fly in my drink, but it was a bubble. I mean, I don't know anybody in the Marines, and I don't want war to happen either. All right, let's see where we at here.
Ask you a question. Like, how much does it matter what Americans think?
Well, it matters every bit what Americans think. That's why Americans vote. It's why Americans have the opportunity to have free speech. We want them to have that.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans support a war with Iran?
I don't know. Do you know?
I do. I think it's around. I saw the number.
And the defensiveness is all through this whole fucking interview. It's like, well, I don't know. Do you? Like, no, you're the one being interviewed, Huckabee. You're the one being interviewed. Thank you, going back.
Numbers yesterday, I think it was like 21%.
Okay.
Is that enough to have a war with Iran?
We don't live in a world where you have.
So if I'm not mistaken, they're talking about the percentage of enriched uranium, which is how you get to nuclear weapons. That's the whole big deal. So I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what Tucker is saying is that they've got X amount, whatever he says. And is that enough for a war?
I saw the numbers yesterday. I think it was like 21%.
Okay.
So, I mean, 21% enriched uranium. I believe it was 35% where we were like, hey, you're not allowed to go above that. Something like that. All of that being said, you cannot make nukes with 35% enriched. Like, obviously, you got to get 35 before you get, I think it's 60 or something like that. I don't know. I'm repeating numbers that other people have said. Fact check my shit. I mean, Islam is a fucking nuclear weapon. Am I right? When you've got billions of people literally willing to blow themselves up, how different is that from a nuclear weapon? Really?
I don't know. Do you know?
I do. I think it's around.
You know?
I saw the numbers yesterday. I think it was like 21%.
Okay.
Is that enough to have a war with Iran?
Nope.
We don't live in a world where you have
the question again.
A poll taken to find out whether our policy should be a particular direction. Because
I thought you just said that
that's
we
direct democracy. No, we care deeply about it. But on the other hand, do we make the decisions of foreign policy and even domestic?
Whoa. So this starts out with the question, does it matter what Americans think? Oh, of course. Okay, but is this enough for the American people to want this? Well, I mean, there's no poll, so who gives a fuck? What? First of all, there are plenty of polls. Let's just Google poll for support of war in Iran. I bet you we fucking find one. Let's go to top stories. You go, we'll go with boom. You guys can see this, right? Oh, see, when I'm on the laptop, y'all gotta remind me. Talking around, have low support in U.S. poll finds. Latest polling, big picture. New University of Maryland critical issues poll found that Americans would most commonly oppose the U.S. initiating an attack on Iran. Too late. We already did that. Reading on. The poll, which carried out February 5th through 9th, found that 21% of Americans favor the United States instigating an attack on Iran. 49% oppose, and 30% said they didn't know. And of course, if we told them what was really good, they would not be in favor of it. There is no one who is not sure about war with Iran who would hear the details and be like, oh, yeah, we definitely should do that. Nobody. So we can essentially say that 80% of people, this is literally an 80-20 issue. Only more correct information would make this more like a 90-10 issue. Insane. Iran seems suitably located for solar. Okay. What does that mean? Sam said, seriously, I think Huckabee is generally a good dude, but he's a Zio-Christian that is driven by false Christian doctrine. Huckabee is not some murderous type of dude, but he's brainwashed into supporting warmongering. Yeah, I mean, this is the privilege of not having to engage in the reality
of the positions that you're proposing. That you just get to sit in an office and it's like, oh, well, how will I have to deal with the fallout of that? It's not a matter of people are going to die. It's a matter of how does this look for me? For me. Let's see. Let's see what else he is saying here. I'm gonna back that up a little bit because there's I was rolling up. I was packing my joint, and he was like, "Well, I mean, we don't take polls for this." Yeah, the fuck we do.
Have a poll. We don't live in a world where you have a poll taken.
I thought you just said that
That's direct democracy. No, we care deeply about it, but on the other hand, do we make the decisions of foreign policy and even domestic policy based on
we
what
care
the
deeply about it? In what
is?
sense? How if we're ignoring it, then in what sense do we quote care deeply about it?
Well, I think we care deeply when we see there's a threat.
No, but about Americans' opinions. So you've got 350 million Americans. Yeah. They voted in this last election on the basis, in part, of the promise no more wars.
And so you have two options. You can believe that, yeah, Mike Huckabee he's not that bad of a guy, but he's just the political class and he's disconnected and he just doesn't really get it. You can believe that. Or you can understand that you don't get to be the fucking ambassador to Israel without at least thinking about these things. And so when you are asked directly and you don't have a straight answer, it's because you're lying. Those are the only two options. He's a retard who shouldn't be in the position that he has, or he's lying. And I cannot tell you for sure which it is. But based on what I'm seeing, it seems like the latter. Like he knows exactly what the fuck we're talking about. And it's just, what do you mean? Remember on PBD when Dave Smith confronted Chris Cuomo about all the Epstein stuff? It was like, yeah, I think what they did to Joe Rogan was really bad. He was like, that was you. No problem for Chris Cuomo to be like, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. Then they pulled up the clip. It was you. They are liars. They are liars by trade. This is why they are in the positions they are in, because of their ability to lie. But they didn't see social media coming. Even Mike Huckabee is a pre-social media era politician. Who said it before? I think it was Bob. He said he was not ready for this.
Okay. They voted in this last election on the basis, in part, of the promise no more wars. Okay. So now we're about to have a war, looks like. 80% of people are against it. In that range, let's say 70%, but nowhere near majority support for this war. And it's not direct democracy, but it is a form of democracy. It's representative democracy.
The ultimate form of democracy in our system, in a republic, because we're not a true democracy, we're a republic.
Exactly, right? It's a mediated democracy.
It'll be an opportunity for Americans to vote if they think that we've made the wrong policy decisions. I personally think the president is making the right policy decisions.
But I guess, but you just said it matters deeply what Americans think. And if the...
But also, I don't really care. As long as Daddy Trump said it, then,
If they think that we've made the wrong policy decisions, I personally think the president is making the right policy decisions.
But I guess, but you just said it matters deeply what Americans think. And if the overwhelming majority are against it, in what sense does it matter? Because what I hear is it matters what they think, but it really doesn't matter what they think because...
No, you take it in, you certainly ingest that.
And then what do you do with it? Once...
You can certainly think that. It doesn't hurt me at all if you think that. It's true. And I can convince most other people that I don't think that. But we all have our opinions, right? What's the truth? Truth? What truth? What is this truth that you speak of?
To ingest it.
Then you make sure that you have no.
You just gotta. It goes out the other end, obviously. No.
I mean, come on. What else we got? Is this the same one? Yeah, I think this is the same one.
Live here. The rest live mostly in New York.
Where would you rank that on the like list of concerns for the average American? Hezbollah in South
I doubt
America.
Most Americans think about it. I think about it because I
you are wrong, sir.
know what they do. I know that if it weren't for Iran, there wouldn't be Hamas, there wouldn't be the Houthis, there wouldn't be Hezbollah. We wouldn't have the problem on the border with Lebanon. We wouldn't have the problem with Yemen. We wouldn't have the problem
on the border with Lebanon. I'm an American. I'm not having any problems on the border with Lebanon right now. I live in Maine. We don't have problems on the border of Lebanon. Like, what are you even talking about? No offense. Where would you rank that on the?
Yep. All right. Can we get any more clips? Let's see. The media. Give me some more clips. X, I know that you suck so badly, but can we get some actual fucking content here? What are we doing? Why is this far down? How about we start at the fucking top? No, what about this one?
We're about to have one with Iran, it looks like. How many Americans do you think will die in that war?
Oh,
I hope none. None
okay,
die.
All right. So let's go back to our poll. So again, the poll, where am I? The poll was, I am hopeful about how things will go with Iran. How many people do we have here? Okay, so out of 6, so that's 50-50. 50-50 as to whether or not you actually actually think that things are going to go well. So let's get a little bit more specific, and let's say we should we should prepare. It says 50-50 about being hopeful on how things will go. So we don't really know how things will go. So we should prepare for full-scale war with Iran in the near future. Again, general kind of thing, but agree or disagree. And so that's part 2. Part 3 will be a different question, but for right now, we should prepare for full-scale war with Iran in the near future. Agree or disagree? I mean, we only have 10 people here, so it's not that uncommon. How is that possible? How is that possible? You boomer. There you go. I think it's too complex, so I did disagree. I definitely would have disagreed. If we attempt to fail, it will be a fate worse than hell. So who was it? I was just. Oh, it might have been. It might have been the Tucker thing. We were talking about hell is worse than, or war is worse than hell because innocent people. I don't like this though, because I don't like it because this is fair enough. But this is kind of subverting the question, because the spirit of the question is, do we think something is about to happen with Iran? And so just saying we should always be prepared for anything, anywhere, that doesn't really answer the question. Like, yes, you're right, but that's not really what we're asking. So if you didn't already choose, then take that into account.
We're about to have one with Iran, it looks like. How many Americans do you think will die in that war?
Too many.
I hope none. None died last year when we participated in the 12-day war. Not one. You said 20,000.
So the whole it was a 12-day war. The 12-day war. So we're just done with that. Or no, you're specifically actively talking about that same conflict.
Would die, and they didn't.
I said could, and they could have. And they could die now, and that's a real risk.
How many boots on the ground do you think the U.S. is?
Are you guys really going to be that particular about preparation? Wow. Okay, all right. We'll redo this. I gotta fucking treat you guys like little children. think it is very possible that we will be in full-scale war with Iran in the near future. The little children's. I'm gonna find a way to answer not the question. It's all right. That's all right. I know how to wrangle retards. So take two. The question now is, I think it is very possible that we will be in full-scale war with Iran in the near future. Do we fucking understand now what I'm fucking asking you? Jesus Christ.
Supplied for Israel over the course of it.
Now, and that's a real risk.
How many boots on the ground do you think the U.S. has supplied for Israel over the course of its life?
Many.
How many times have we put soldiers on the ground for Israel?
Well, we had the Iraq War, which was for Israel.
Yeah,
it wasn't for Israel.
How was it for us?
What was it, General Flynn that I know, right? I got word mogged. Yeah, because it's actually the question that I'm asking. What were we just saying here?
War, which was for Israel.
No, it wasn't for Israel.
Oh yeah, the Wesley Clark, Governor General Wesley Clark with the, is it 7 countries, five countries in 7 years or whatever it is? It's all for Israel, going all the way back.
How was it for us?
Well, because it was a retribution against 9/11. Now, was it the best idea?
Was Iraq involved in 9/11?
Nope. So that was a lie that was debunked 20 years ago, Mike.
Our government thought so.
Did they though?
Why are 9/11 documents still classified?
I have no idea.
Should they be unclassified?
I think so.
All of them, right?
I have no problem with that.
Me too.
I like transparency. I like sunlight.
I do. I hope you'll call for that.
I like free press. I like free speech.
I totally agree.
I like all of that.
But if there was no connect, I've never seen, I'm open to anything, but I've never seen any connection between the government of Saddam Hussein, the secular Ba'athist government of Saddam Hussein, and the terror attacks of 9/11.
I don't know that there were. I don't know.
Right.
So I'm not sure, but I don't know how.
So why was
that Israel's fault?
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Because the question is, if Iraq and Saddam Hussein have nothing to do with the attack on America, why else would we go to Iraq? If it was Afghanistan and I don't even remember, Al Qaeda, ISIS, Osama bin Laden, whatever, we would go after them. But we just randomly went into another fucking country after another fucking guy. Now, listen. Some of you have been putting your ages up in here, so I'm going to give you some shit. All right? I was in 6th grade on 9/11. I was in 6th grade. Some of you were full-grown ass adults. You're like, oh yeah, you get Saddam Hussein. We're gonna fight they hate us. They fight us because they hate us. They hate our freedom. I want to believe that I would see right through that. I mean, it was a different time, and I personally, again, was too young, wasn't paying attention like that. But really, yeah, that's why I changed the question. Since I don't expect anyone to ever break in my home to try to rob me, I still have firearms in case the pops off. And that is so you see how if I'm asking about whether you are specifically worried, like, there's been a burglar in your neighborhood. Should you be should you prepare to do that? Like, well, you're already prepared, but that's not the question. That's not really what we're talking about. I'm just poking fun. I know we got there, but Dick said military recruitment has been down until recently. I hope we got the numbers, but we don't need the numbers because we got the technology. It's 5th generational warfare, brother. Fox said, I believe him. I believe the politician. That tracks. I agree that your position does stem from ignorance. I agree. I know that's not what you were saying. I'm just being a dick, but that is what I think. Edge South said politicians hide themselves away. They only started the war. Why should they go out and fight it? They leave that role to the poor. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, we got a Zoomer? I didn't know you were a Zoomer. We got a Zoomer. Yep. Were you saying anything about why we shouldn't be going to Iraq or anything like that? Because you can look at my social media. You go back to when I was 20 years old and look at what I was posting on Facebook. Fair enough. All right, where are we here? Let's finish this clip and see if there are, because there's a couple other pieces that I really, really hope that were clipped out. Maybe I'll look for I'll go on a real site like YouTube and look for like highlights. Well, this just seemed easier, but we'll see.
But I don't know how.
So why was
that Israel's fault?
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu, now prime minister, of course, exerted lots of pressure openly on the U.S. government to regime change the Saddam government. I was there. I was in Washington, and they complied. I don't think there's any way to read it.
Do you think Israel leads the U.S. and pushes them and tells them what to do?
Yup, not on everything, of course.
Do you think?
That was the point when I was in the car and I'm driving, and I was literally like, yes, I think that.
Be specific.
Okay, what to do? Do you think Israel leads the U.S. and pushes them and tells them what to do?
Yes! Why else would we be doing so many of the things that we are doing that make no sense for America, but makes perfect sense for Israel? And so again, I ask you, Vox, who says, oh, well, I think he's being legit or whatever. He's a good guy. You're telling me that he is presenting control from Israel over America as just this? What? Do you think that they're pulling the strings? I don't know how anybody. I'm the ambassador to this fucking country. But somebody thinking that Israel is controlling the United States? I don't know about that. Come on, man. What in the fuck are we watching? What in the fuck kind of bullshit is this? Do you really think that? Yeah. Can you tell me why it's not the case? Crickets. Yeah, I was in school, but I was too young to know anything. I feel bad for the kids. Ukraine is for Israel. I can't tell you, but I would imagine that there's some connection. But I don't know. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the kids that what were we talking? Oh, the kids that grow up in the world of talking about being prepared for school shooters. That shit is yikes. Hey, we are all Israeli on stolen land, guys. Glow in Dark is holding this meme up by themselves. Dilly fucking dilly. I need you guys to be better with this meme. It's not funny if I say it, because then I just say it. But if you put it in the chat, then it's up there. Well, I don't have the button, but hold that shit up. We are all Mike Huckabee on stolen land. All right.
Do you think Israel leads the U.S. and pushes them and tells them what to do?
Uh-huh.
Not on everything, of course.
Do you think?
Let me be specific. Okay. I think the Israeli government strongly pushed the United States to take out Saddam Hussein. Well, there's no question about that. I think the Israeli government right now, on Bibi Netanyahu, who's been in the White House 7 times in 1 year, pushing for regime change in Iran. I think they're on the verge of convincing this administration to affect regime change.
You think the president is?
Yeah, so just if you weren't here for the original meme, we were talking about exactly. We're no one's illegal on stolen land. That's all the fucking shit that we've been talking about. As every time something comes up, we're all Israeli on stuff. We're all trans on stolen land. We're all that. That's the meme. Let's see how that meme can evolve in 5 years. In 5 years, guys. I don't know where you will be. I'll still be here. Maybe not physically. I might move by then. But in terms of at the Indian Jesus channel, I will be here. And if we can turn this meme into something legit, I will feel like I've done something for the world. Of course, with Glow and Dark's help. But come on. I need my impact.
Is convincing this administration to affect regime
change? You think
the
president is weak and is being pushed?
I'm not saying that.
Yes.
I know the president's being pushed. Yes. Why do you think a foreign leader was in the White House 7 times in 1 year? Are you okay with that? That's a lot.
Israel is not just a friend or an ally. It is a real partner. We have an incredible relationship with Israel.
Okay, so then what are you arguing? Incredible relationship on whose terms? On Israel's terms or on our terms? Because you could be in an abusive relationship, right? You could be in a legitimately abusive relationship, and the woman is just, let's say financially abusing a man. Oh, we always talk about the physical abuse the other way around, but we have a couple. Nice guy, works hard, cares about his girl. On the way home from work, gonna stop for some fast food. Hey, babe, do you want something? Always. Random flowers, whatever. But she's just out here spending money. If you ask her if she's in an abusive relationship, what do you think she would say? What is it that you think she would say? Oh, she would say, no, I'm in a great fucking position. Now let's ask the dude. In this situation, Huckabee and Israel are the chick.
Sometimes in 1 year. Are you okay with that? That's a lot.
Israel is not just a friend or an ally. It is a real partner. We have an incredible relationship with Israel in intelligence and in military, in culture, in values. To be shocked that the Israeli prime minister would have that many meetings, it's a lot. But I want to ask you the question. Do you think President Trump is weak enough to let Bibi Netanyahu push him into something that he...
Yes. Why did we have the Epstein cover-up? It works for Middle Eastern intelligence, right? Biggest scandal in the history of politics. And just a little whoop, 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 whoop. First, we're all about it. Let's hire cash for talent, Dan Bongino. Let's get transparency, Pam Bondi with the binders and files on my desk. Why? That's it, right? That's all you can say. It's like a 50. Took Diddy up on his offer to go shopping. You can do better. I know you can do better. So I'm gonna hold you to a higher standard because I know you can do better.
He doesn't want to is weak enough to let Bibi Netanyahu push him into something that he doesn't want to do.
I don't. Look, I think, and I don't know, of course, the answer to everything.
Okay, of course you don't know, but you have a very high reason to be like, no, of course Daddy Trump is perfect. Listen, fucking happy, proud that I voted MAGA. But also, let's not fucking bullshit each other. Let's not fucking bullshit each other. Or for vertical. Landscape, vertical. Landscape, vertical. Trump and Netanyahu are butt buddies. Doesn't mean that Kamala would have been better. Doesn't mean that I like Democrats.
butt buddies. Butt buddies. No,
including
I don't.
Look, I think, and I don't know, of course.
That's the woke right.
The answer to every question, including this one, but I think the President Trump really doesn't like nuclear proliferation, and I don't think.
There we go, keeping them even alive. We are all butt buddies on stolen land. Pause. I have no butt buddies. I am no one's butt buddy. It's like that bitch that took her husband's money and gave it to her boyfriend. That is exactly when I wish Mike Huckabee was up there. Exactly. You get it. You get it. You get it. There you go. Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Box, so the United States has provided Israel over $300 billion inflation-adjusted dollars in total economic and military aid since 1946. And I can't just get 1 year off of paying taxes. I can't get fucking super chats without paying 30% to YouTube and then another 30% to the fucking government. So if you send a $10 super chat, that's $3 at best in my fucking no, you said that's what you said, 300 billion. Oh, that's okay, so 300 billion. Okay, yeah, redo this one. Redo this one with the right number. Trump is cucking us for big black Netanyahu. Yup. We are the cuckolded man. Trump is our wife, and Netanyahu is the big black milkman. This gets a screenshot. Boom. I can't wait to go over all of this shit at the end of the year. If you're not familiar, if I haven't talked about this, then for this last New Year's that just kind of passed, we did some stuff. It was right when the Nick Shirley stuff was coming out, so we covered that. But I wanted something a little bit more, now that we have a community. It's not just I'm a little bit past the stage of being some guy just streaming. Like, we have a little bit of a community now. And so where we were a year ago, or like at the beginning of the year, that's an interesting aspect. So I have a whole thing of screenshots from different chats, different moments throughout the year. We have some other stuff with that. But I also made a playlist on the channel. I made a playlist on the channel of the Indian Jesus 2026. So if you happen to if you happen to miss a stream, or you happen to just be like, I just need to throw something on in the background, hit up the playlist of Indian Jesus 2026. We also, if you're newer and you want to check out what's been before, I have the culture playlist and the politics playlist, which goes in reverse order. So almost like this stream isn't on it because it's a roll up and a chill. But the Monday, Wednesday, Friday streams almost always, unless it's religion and not political, which is not something I do anymore. But yeah, if you go through the culture playlist or the politics playlist, that's a whole that you could spend a month and never have to pick what you're listening to. Just fucking play. Just saying. Playlists are king. All right. Diving back in here.
And I don't know, of course, the answer to every question, including this one, but I think the President Trump really doesn't like nuclear proliferation, and I don't think he wants Iran to have a bomb. I think he really sincerely means
I hope you don't want them to have a bomb.
Want them to have a bomb?
That was weirdly moralizing. That was weirdly, yeah, obviously Trump doesn't want them. But what about you, Tucker? Do you want Iran to have a bomb? What? What?
I really sincerely means
I hope you don't want them to have a bomb.
want them to have a bomb. I don't want anyone to have a bomb, including Israel. I don't know why we're okay with Israel having nuclear weapons. I'm not okay with Pakistan having them. I'm not okay with Saudi having them. Israel's nuclear weapons were created, of course, with nuclear material stolen from the United States, from a nuclear plant in Pennsylvania, as I know you know. I'm opposed to all of it. I don't like nuclear weapons. It's mass murder, as far as I'm concerned.
And so notice how Tucker was like, well, as I know, you know. It's because this guy, Mike Huckabee, the ambassador, is not unfamiliar with the military goings-on of Israel. So for him to pretend, like, well, I don't know, should Iran have? I've never really, I don't know, I've never really thought about it. Should Iran have nukes? I never really fucking thought about it. I'm Mike Huckabee.
No, I don't.
Oh, Jesus. What has happened? Oh, this is the video itself. Okay. All right. So we got that. Let's see if we can get some other shit from here.
Ask you a question. Like, how much does it matter what America?
Got that one.
I wish we never had war. Why do we have war?
I wish we could just all get along. Why can't we all hold hands? Why can't we all hold hands? Box said Israel has nukes in defiance of our national nuclear proliferation treaty. Is that an NPT? Nuclear proliferation. I get that right? Box is bitten. They literally saw. Yeah, I don't know. I pulled that out of my ass. I knew that, but like in the most like basic way. I said it before anybody, so I'm getting credit for that. But yeah, it's America first. Wait, it's America's first time. Wait, what? What you talking about, Willis? All right, what do we got here?
I wish we never had war. Why do we have war?
We're about to have one with Iran, it looks like. How many Americans?
Well, you know, because some people want you to die because you're not them. You know, the muzzies.
Americans do you think will die in that war?
Too many.
I hope none. None died last year when we participated in the 12-day war. Not one.
And they could have. But
the U.S. is supplied for Israel.
Well, we had the Iraq war.
Okay, we got that one. We'll check a couple more. I don't know if they're going to do any better with the clips.
You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15.
Oh, okay. If this is what I think it is, then this is good. And then we'll switch over to some of the clips from the State of the Union. Oh, shit. We're already at 2.5 hours. Hey, if you guys want to keep the party raging, then let's get Morty a treat. Every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. If you would like to keep the party raging, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm almost done with this one, and I gotta roll up that one, so I'm gonna be here anyway. But I could pack it really fast and get the fuck out of here. And I'm actually watching all the Fast and the Furious movies for the first time, and I'm up to whatever's after Fast 5, so I kind of want to do that. But just saying, we got plenty more to do. Let's see.
You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram. It's pre-Abraham. It's Abram.
Yoink.
Receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right.
The river to the sea.
And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. Yep. That would be the Levant. So that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be, I mean,
I'm not sure it would go that far.
We're all Jews in the Bible.
I mean, it would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
But this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham.
Did he, though?
To a people that he chose.
Okay.
It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way.
I'm pretty sure this clip came right before the question about the genetic testing. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure this came right before the genetic testing. I mean, we're all Christian Zionists on stolen land. Oh fuck! What did I do?
Well, that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism. I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have
said
ahead.
it.
Based? Based? Is this a Frogan reference? If so, appreciate. Fox says the Jews have a supremacy problem and a paranoia issue at the same time, and we keep playing Big Brother coming in to save them, save the day from their mistakes. Yep. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. You can be, well, I mean, come to Jersey and you get some real shit. Bacon, egg, Swiss or provolone cheese on a garlic bagel. You are welcome. Not Dunkin' Donuts, like a legit bagel shop where they know how to make bagels. Bacon, egg, provolone, or Swiss, depending on which you prefer. I like Swiss. Bacon, egg, Swiss on a garlic bagel. If nothing else, where are you? Well, I'll do that. This one off frame here, and I'll do it. Yeah. The Jews definitely. Good is good too, but breakfast. You want cheddar, provolone, or the cheddar is like the basic thing, but provolone is the one. Smoked Gouda is good though. But yeah, they know how to fucks with them bagels. They know what they doing.
Christian Zionism. I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times.
Mm-hmm.
And that
right. And in case you missed it, Genesis is talking about, essentially from the river to the sea. All of the Middle East is for the Jews.
That land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis.
Yeah.
You're saying that's the original deed.
Almost. I know, crazy idea here. Insane style here. But maybe we shouldn't be basing geopolitics on a 2,000-plus-year-old book that is unfalsifiable. Call me crazy. The same topic it's been. It is bomb. That's why next time I get one, I'm going to take a picture and show you guys, because I don't think you necessarily understand. The difference between pizza or bagels that you might get in like west of Philly. Philly is close enough. I mean, it's not the same. But west of Philly, I don't really know that it exists like that. And I didn't always think that. I always thought, like, come on, that's got to be like an urban legend that like Jersey bagels, Jersey pizza, like it's pizza, it's bagels, it's bread. Like how could it be that different? It's that different. And if you live in a place, or if you just as a person, if you believe that Dunkin' Donuts makes bagels, then you may as well be Hitler. You may as well be the leader of the Holocaust. Because Dunkin' Donuts, sure, yeah, they got cute donuts. Got some, coffee in a bind. But if you think Dunkin' Donuts sells bagels, no.
It would be fine if they took it all.
Whoa, what? Hold on.
And he did That the Euphrates, which is once again basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis.
Yeah.
You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
God damn. God damn.
You've appealed.
I mean, does anything else need to be said? Since if I wasn't supposed to have, the skin on my dick, I wouldn't have been born with it. I actually kind of got lucky. This might be a little. Hey, y'all brought it up. All right, I got lucky because circumcision is not a thing that Caribbean Indian immigrants are really focused on. But I'm second guessing whether I really want to talk about this. It just I don't have the turtleneck. I got a foreskin, but it just doesn't go over the whole thing. And so most girls I've been with have not been able, like they don't fucking know the difference. Yeah, my dad was born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago. My mom was born and raised in Jamaica. So, and I don't remember exactly how many generations we have in the Caribbean. But obviously, like ethnically, I'm Indian and Chinese. But yeah, we had at least 2 generations. At least. I don't know exactly, but at least 2 generations. What a guan! That's more my heritage than anything Indian or anything Chinese. Yep. And said, not trying to diss y'all circumcised dudes, just saying. I've never talked about a foreskin before on here, so there you go. Did we finish this?
Appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, that land, because you're appealing to Genesis, your original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
Insane. All right, let's see if we can get anything else out of this. That was the 143.
Like you're dodging a very obvious question, which is, where does this right come from? And the reason it's meaningful
that
is
answer.
because
I'll play this again just because if you guys didn't see it, and I think there's additional context. There you go. We are all uncircumcised on stolen land. That's how you do the damn thing. Dilly. Fucking Dilly. Yup, Fox got it. There we go. That's how we doing it. Let's fucking go. I can say, oh yeah. I don't know the percentage, but when I was a kid, like I looked, my eyes were like, hello. That was my youth. I got more Indian looking as I got older. All right, so here's what are we gonna do? So depending on how you guys get to decide. All right, I just finished up number 2. Well, I gotta roll that out, but I got one more to roll up. So we could really get into it with the State of the Union clips, or you could just listen to me babble, and then when I'm done, I'll go to bed. It is up to you guys. But donations keep the show running. So let's get some State of the Union clips and see what we got going on. That's why I said clips. And I specifically watched it or watched some of it before I decided if we were going to use it for a stream. And I was like, oh yeah, So the clips will do. Hello, welcome to Shitty Walk. Can we do the Award clips? I don't know what that means. But $5 for a side quest. There's gonna be. What is this? Is this the?
Last night, Trump out.
Okay, we'll do this.
Last night, Trump outsmarted all of his political opponents with this.
Yes, I did retweet this already, but
single move.
One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe.
I love that the camera is on this guy because this summarizes the entire dynamic.
Sorry, birdies. I know this is a weird position, but it looks really good on the landscape side. So if this is cool with you, then it's cool with me. But if you would like to see the full screen thing in landscape, click the link in the description. Yeah, go for it. Procurement, you get the end pass. I mean, there's a lot of Indians in the Caribbean. I don't think it works like that. All right, where are we at? Let's try this again.
Last night, Trump outsmarted all of his political opponents with this single move.
One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe.
I love that the camera is on this guy because this summarizes the entire dynamic. You see him perk up like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. Is this really about to happen? Yes, it is. He's embracing the concept of show, don't tell. At the last State of the Union, they realized this worked really well. So they...
Really quick side quest. My high school band. I don't know what that means. My high school band was called Show Don't Tell. I used to be really good at making up band names. My first band was called Show Don't Tell, of course, all one word, all lowercase, because it was 2004 and that or 5, and that's what you did. And then later, my band, again, all lowercase, all one word, was An Army Farewell. That was how we did things back then. And people loved it. Okay. Nope. I was born in America. I was born in Brooklyn, bruh. I'm a first generation American, bruh. My parents immigrated from England, actually. So like I said, my mom was born and raised in Jamaica with her family. My dad was born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago with his family. There's some other, if you know, there's some other shit there, but I realized that I shouldn't really put that information out there because it makes me very identifiable if anybody cares to do the research. But yeah, so kind of a big deal in Trinidad and Tobago for my dad's side, and then my mom's side, definitely not a big deal in Jamaica. And then my mom. My dad went to medical school in Jamaica where he met my mom, and then she went to school for nutrition in England. For 2 years, they had no contact, or I don't know if they had no contact, but I mean, it was before social media, and he was in Jamaica and she was in England, so whatever the fuck it was. And then my dad finished up medical school, went to England. They actually got married in England. Then they moved to America. And my older brother, myself, and my sister were all born here. First generation Americans. America. Yeah. Yeah, right? Oh, man. It's so funny because, like, a lot of my mom's family lives in the same kind of area in Florida. And so the accents aren't as, like, my parents don't really have a strong accent like that because it's been 35, 40, maybe more than that, 80, like 80, I don't know, yeah, early. My brother was born in 83 and they were already situated here, so let's just call it 1980. They've been here, New York, East Coast, all that kind of stuff, and so they lost that shit. But all my mom's family, they're all around each other all the time. And so it'll be like, what the guan? What the bomba clot? there's a line that there's a line that will be forever burned into my memory. We were in Trinidad and Tobago. It was 1998. It was oh, fuck me. It was 1998. And we were visiting my grandma, my dad's mom, before she died. So yes, if any trolls want to make fun of that grandma being dead too, go for it. And there was my dad's childhood friend, and you know, he had the same first name, so it was, you know, a little funny, but whatever. So we go over there, we're hanging out, and you know, the other guys got kids essentially the same age as me and my siblings, and there was some balloon doing something. There was a balloon there. I don't know what exactly the situation was or what happened, but I remember the balloon. And what happened was the balloon popped while we were playing with it. And then the line that I will never forget. The kid goes to his dad, my dad's friend. Daddy, the balloon boss. You know what? I bet you. You know what? Let's call. This is gonna be funny. Let's call my dad, and let's see. I'm gonna just say that, and see if he laughs. Hey, can I call you to talk live on stream for just 1 minute? Okay, we'll see if he answers. Hey, the big $20. Come here, more. Come here, more. Come here, my puppy boy. Big box in the building. Let's give a little extra for that. Sunflower. My little sunflowers. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. Oh, he's loving it. He's loving it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, no, we got more here. Oh, you got that one there? Here, look. All right, Papa's in. Let me go again. Let's just do that. Hold on. Thank you. So very, very much. Box said some side quest funding. I think it covers IQ masterfully and goes from there. Plus, I love Kevin Lacourt. I'm going to assume this is in Discord. If you could do me a favor while I'm setting this all up. I saw that you did something with that and said it was about IQ. Just reply to that and tag me so that it's at the bottom of the stream. And again. No, where you going? We got more. Box with the 5 gifted memberships. Oh my goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. Guys, if you are, I always fuck that up. It is absolutely free to join the Discord. But if you are a member, and some of you just got some gifted memberships from Box, that gives you full access. So we have a free channel. We got all that for anybody that wants to hang out. It's absolutely free to chat, but we got some extra stuff for the members, including the after party after every Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream. We go in and we don't have to worry about any TOS or anything like that. Hey, Dad, I just, hold on, wait, I want to make sure they can hear you. Can I get somebody just confirming, Dad, can you say test? Test. All right, can someone confirm that you can hear Papa Lutch? Morty's awesome. He would have probably loved to hang out in my Rango. Did he pass? Shout out. All right, we can hear it. So I wanted to call you Just say this one line and get your reaction. Ready?
Okay.
Daddy, the balloon boss.
Great memories. Great memories.
I was talking. Don't use any first names or anything. But I was talking about how we were in Trinidad, and that is burned into my memory. That is burned into my memory. And it's so weird what kinds of things stick. But yeah, the balloon boss.
Did you explain to them what it means?
I mean that the balloon popped, yeah, but
yeah, okay, just so that they understand what it means.
Yeah, so can you?
And the fact that you guys freaked out on hearing it and you couldn't understand what they were saying, what the two kids were saying.
Yep, we were like, what are you saying? And real quick, so then what was the other thing we were talking about? Oh yeah. I was trying to. How do you guys talk when we're in Florida? And okay. So wait. Before we do that, Dick Johnson said, "Can your dad say it? Can you give us a real say it in the accent?"
Okay, boy, you ain't see what we're doing today, man. We went down by the beach and we had a good time, and we was just liming down by the beach.
So you lost it. You don't even have it that good anymore, Dad.
What do you mean?
The next thing I was gonna ask you is like, how do you guys talk when, like, if you're in Florida and you're talking to Sam says you got a hint of it, but that even with you putting that on, that was a little Americanized. I was thinking,
was it?
Yeah. I was gonna ask like if you're talking to Granddad, if you're talking to my mom's dad.
No. You see, that's Jamaican. The Jamaican side.
Okay.
Is what I go on, daughter. I'm gonna see it. I just have visited, sir. That's Jamaican.
Okay.
The other one is Trinidadian.
So we're differentiating. Okay. We're Americans here. Okay. So that's all. Y'all are just Caribbean.
Okay.
All right, I'll let you go.
All
we
right,
just wanted to get some culture up in here.
Irie me feel say it all right.
It's like, come on now. I don't know how do I say goodbye in a Jamaican way?
Well, you could be very polite and say, "All right, man. May I check you out later?"
Or I could be non-polite.
Or gwe.
What does that mean?
That's not very polite. Gwe, go away.
Gwe, Papa. We need you no more.
All right, check it out.
All right, be Irie, man.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. That's that real shit, bro. That's that real shit. I done told you. That's what I'm saying. Like, what is that? And he's like, no. That's the Trinidadian accent. It's not like, but I'm saying that kid, that wasn't Trinidad. The balloon boss. That's what it was. So, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, because I've never been to Jamaica. But yeah, that's how they talk. And it's funny because randomly, like you said, you can hear the hint of the accent even when he's not trying. And it'll pop out here and there. But oh man, it is that. Yeah, that's my fam. All right, what do we got from Box? Shout out again to the 5 gifted memberships, and then I think it covers IQ masterfully and goes from there. Plus, I love Kevin LaCourte. He is great, and Morty. Did we get more? We got Morty History to that, right? Let me know if I forgot on the membership. So let's click the same thing. Boom, boom, boom. All right, man. You gonna hit the like button. Why would we not hit the button?
How did Europeans conquer the world? I hear a lot of talk and complaints about
force. It was force. They conquered the world through force.
How did Europeans conquer the world? I hear a lot of talk and complaints about colonialization.
Shout out to Box again for the side quest. Let's see what we're getting into.
But why didn't Africa or the Americas colonialize Europe instead of the other way around? Here's a crazy example. In 1532, Francisco Pizarro and fewer than 200 Spanish conquistadors marched into modern-day Peru. They faced an Inca empire with an army of 80,000 warriors, with millions of residents. Using cannons, horses, and steel, the Spaniards attacked in a way the crowd had never seen. Within hours, they had slaughtered 7,000 Inca and captured the Emperor Atahualpa without losing a single man. Within a generation, the entire empire fell.
I'll pull this down, Box, because I know you want everybody to get the full effect. So I'll pull this down. We'll bring that up so they can see exactly.
This wasn't a one slaughtered 7,000 Inca and captured the Emperor Atahualpa without losing a single man. Within a generation, the entire empire fell. This wasn't a one-time fluke. The pattern repeated itself on multiple continents. One side had steel, swords, guns, horses, ocean-going ships, writing system, and centralized kingdoms. The other side had stone and wooden weapons, no writing, no metal tools, and fragmented political structures. Why? I'm Ken LaCourte.
Why?
I do my best here to look at uncomfortable topics and give you a balanced overview. It's not about judging, it's trying to understand
What is it about?
forces. But this one is different. I took it from a wonderful book by Jared Diamond called Guns, Germs, and Steel. It's possibly the best book I've ever read, and it reshaped how I view the world. I hope I do it justice. He tackled the central question: why did Eurasia, the regions of Europe, Asia, and North Africa, become so successful? And he argues that it's not about...
I already made the fucking floor for my joint, and then I put more in there. Oh, did I? Yeah. Stupid. Double floor. All right.
intelligence or genetics, but geography. In this video, we'll look at a geographic lottery that determined which societies would dominate. We'll see how some areas hit the plant and animal jackpot and how the resulting surplus builds empires. Finally, we'll look at the invisible weapon that killed more people than guns and swords combined. So to understand how some tribes won the geographic lottery, we need to rewind the clock to about 11,000 BC. At that point, humans everywhere were remarkably similar.
So I want to point out that Box was saying, this is based on the conversation about IQ that we were having this week, specifically with inbreeding, specifically if we were talking about the Jewish population, how they're just having, a bajillion kids and getting us to pay for it, or in previously in other contexts, like with fucking Muslim Kikaju, whatever the fuck his name is, that he's like, well, what's wrong with inbreeding? It's like, yikes. So that is a direct response to why Box, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but Box doesn't feel that it's appropriate to make the determination of groups, ethnic groups, that have IQ, because it's icky. And again, we covered in his own words, Box last night said that if I determine something is icky, I'm not using my thoughts, I am merely using my opinions. So let's see if we can get past the emotion and get some facts.
1000 BC. At that point, humans everywhere were remarkably similar. They were Homo sapiens who had basically had the same brains, the same cognitive abilities, and the same potential. Yeah, there were minor differences like skin color, body type, or adaptations to local climates, but a baby born in Europe had no built-in advantage over a baby born in Australia or the Americas or Africa. Everyone...
What? A baby born in Britain has no benefit over a baby born in Africa? Come on, bro. Come on. What are we doing? What?
Built-in advantage over a baby born in Australia or the Americas or Africa.
Are we really pretending that this is fact? Okay, so no, I disagree. I disagree precisely because of what we were saying. Africa does not have the infrastructure to create the baseline that it does in the other three options. So already sounds like fucking liberal cope.
Everyone was a hunter-gatherer, following game, gathering plants, and living in small bands of people who moved with the seasons. So if everyone started at roughly the same place, how did things diverge so dramatically? So look, I did a video recently on Africa, why it's still behind much of the world, despite billions of dollars of help. And a lot of the comments were just like, well, they simply have lower IQs and they'll never catch up. But modern IQ tests measure abstract reasoning, literacy, and mathematical concepts taught in schools. They were designed by academics and countries to predict success in industrialized education systems. Diamond spent years working in New Guinea, and one thing that struck him immediately was that people there were exceptionally observant, inventive, and mentally sharp. Survival demanded it. You had to know which plants were poisonous, how to read the weather, how to track animals, and mistakes would get you killed. If you gave a New Guinean farmer an IQ test designed for an American suburb, he'd bomb. He'd never seen the references or types of problems that it assumes. But if you gave a Harvard graduate a New Guinea IQ test and made him track an animal through the forest or navigate without a GPS, he'd probably be toast too. Diamond's conclusions were clear and persuasive. Geography determines which societies can develop agriculture, and agriculture determines everything that comes after. The societies that figured out agriculture got a massive head start by thousands.
Thank you for not saying anything in the chat. If you know, you know. If you don't worry about it.
Thousands of years. By the time the Europeans crossed the Atlantic with guns and steel, they had a 5,000-year advantage. But why couldn't hunter-gatherers just catch up and develop their own complex civilizations? Because nomads, they have to stay mobile. They follow herds and track seasonal plants. If food moves, they move. And that mobility, it creates...
Luch like clutch. Luch coming in clutch.
It's brutal constraints. One is essentially that everyone is in food gathering mode. Calories are tough to come by, and they take a...
Okay, as we're going through this, and it's not that long, so we'll go through it. Box, one is, if you can bottom line what you want us to take away from this video, what would that be? What is the bottom line? We're gonna watch it all. But I just want to know where you're coming from.
Tribe's time and effort. And when you're constantly on the move, you can't accumulate possessions. You can't store food long term. Everything you own has to be carried on your back. That means no heavy pottery or tools or building materials. A nomadic mother, she can only carry one child while she's also gathering food and hauling possessions. So hunter-gatherer women space births out about 4 years apart. Settled farmers space births out about every 2 years. That's half the population growth rate right there. Over centuries, that difference compounds into massive population gaps. Or think about injuries. If you break your leg in a settled farming village, you heal.
You
break your leg as a nomad, and you're a burden that the band can't afford. Either they leave you behind or the whole group slows down and risks starvation. The same goes for the elderly or the sick. And forget about developing more complex technology that requires time to tinker, experiment, fail. It just doesn't work.
So okay, so far I'm with him. I'm with him, but I'm not seeing how this is debunking the notion that these environment. Again, we're gonna go on, but I'm just giving you my state of mind right now. I'm not seeing how this is giving us anything towards why we shouldn't use IQ as any kind of thing. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. A Knight of the Seven. Wait, a Knight of a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Nobody watched Knight of the Seven Kingdoms? Dunk and Egg. Come on. I would argue so far, based on the limited amount of because it's 3 hours in total. It's 6 episodes. It's 6 30-minute episodes, the first season. But I would argue that collectively, that 3 hours is unquestionably the best 3 hours of the Game of Thrones TV universe. I haven't read the book, so I don't know. But if you like Game of Thrones, you are going to fucking love A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, because I mean it's still George R.R. Martin. It's still the same universe. I'm just giving any minor spoilers, but it's it's the same thing. And the setup is essentially that. You remember in Game of Thrones when Joffrey is making fun of Jaime because about the Knight's book and who was in the Knight, and Joffrey's like, Sir Duncan the Tall, 4 pages for Sir Duncan the Tall. That's part of the original Game of Thrones. I think like season 4 or 5, somewhere in there. And so this is that story, and it's really cool. And yeah, it's very simplistic. It's a subversion. I did a TikTok about. Should I just post it? Let's just post it about how this, because remember they were all talking about with Game of Thrones. They were talking about subverting expectations and blah 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 blah. That's why they had spoiler Arya kill the Night King, because they were like. They were like, well, we had to subvert expectations.
So side quest within a side quest. That is how you must have been a great man, Sir Duncan. Yep, exactly. I mean, that's kind of wild. I can get it if you're like, if it's not really your thing. I do think it is absolutely worth it, but you should be on top of that. All right, so side quest within side quest. We're gonna check this out first, just because I was asking about it. Whoa, 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 whoa! What are we doing? Hold on, unmute. Great. And it's gonna read the same thing. Why are you doing that?
Follow along for deep dive.
What is happening?
This is the most. That is how you do subversion.
What the fuck?
Follow along for deep dives on movies and TV. Even if you've never seen.
Can you see? Can we see? What? Why is this? This is. This is the second time. This is the second time. I tried to pull something up.
Deep dives on movies and TV. Game of Thrones. Never read any of the books.
I do not understand. Why would that have happened? Okay, well, I'm just gonna fucking play out the video from the fucking thing then. Jesus Christ. What in the fuck is happening?
It's how you do subversion. Follow along for deep dives on movies and TV. Even if you've never seen Game of Thrones, never read any of the books, I'm sure you've heard this line somewhere. Danny just kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet. Or more specifically, when the showrunners of Game of Thrones were asked about why Arya was the one to kill the Night King instead of Jon Snow, they're like, well, we had to subvert expectations. How did that work out for you, gentlemen? Now take a look at A Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
No spoilers.
It's only 6 30-minute episodes, but the premise is we're going in to see this this tournament.
Actually, wait, no, JK. Those are spoilers. So, okay. So, the point is, the show is set up that, oh, there's this big tournament. And you go in expecting a big fight with tournaments, and they don't do that, but they do it in a way it's like, oh, that was fucking awesome. That was the point. That's the second fucking time in this stream that I've tried to fucking share something that should very easily have been shared. And it was not. And I'm very mad. No, I know you're gay? Because you not watch Game of Thrones. All right, diving back into Box's side quest about why IQ is icky.
That requires time to tinker, experiment, fail. It just doesn't work. It's time you don't have when you're spending every day.
If you guys are interested in, me talking about TV and stuff, follow me on TikTok at Indian. I'll put it in the chat. Indian Jesus Official. Indian Jesus Official on TikTok. That's me on TikTok, and pretty much every day. I post just talking, there you go. Like most of you guys don't really care about this stuff. And instead of forcing it into this algorithm, I'm like, I don't really know other people. I don't fucking have any friends or anything. I used to try to take clips from my streams and put them on TikTok, but it didn't fucking do anything. And so I was just scrolling for a while. And then I was like, oh, why don't I use this to talk about the shit that nobody on YouTube cares about? So, of course you don't, but you should, because as we just saw, X is the fucking worst ever, and YouTube is second. All right, diving back in. IQ is icky, says Box, for what reason?
Searching for food. So the first societies to stop moving were the first to start building. Agriculture allowed people to settle down and stay in one place.
They did sell it. It is no longer a Chinese-owned company, in case any of you were worried about that.
To accumulate surplus food. And that surplus food changed everything.
And it's
now,
better.
You might be thinking, okay, so why didn't everyone just figure out agriculture at the same time? How hard can it be to plant some seeds? As it turns out, it's really hard. Okay, so back to planting food and building civilizations. Okay. So agriculture just didn't happen everywhere at once. It happened in a handful of specific places. And those places shared something important. They all hit the plant and animal jackpot. Most wild plants are garbage for farming. They're inedible, poisonous, or so low in calories that they're just not worth the effort to cultivate. Out of the hundreds of thousands of plant species on Earth, only a few dozen ever made good crops.
Now, I don't necessarily think that we should, or I don't have strong feelings about the notion of throwing out all of psychology and sociology. At its face, of course, I believe there are specific things in psychology and in sociology that matter, or we'll just say the social sciences in general. But also the point that all of the whatever is legitimate within sociology, psychology, social sciences is based on the standard of IQ. You know, since I have zero friends, I have acquaintances. My life has been traumatic. I don't trust people easily. Keep them at my distance. I agree. I agree.
And the Fertile Crescent had a whole bunch of them. The region, stretching from modern-day Egypt through Israel, Lebanon, Syria, and down into Iraq and Iran, it held wild wheat, barley, peas, and lentils growing naturally. And those weren't finicky plants. They had large seeds, predictable growth cycles, and they could be replanted easily. China got pretty lucky too. They had rice and millet. They were both solid crops that could support dense populations. The Americas eventually developed corn, but wild corn, called teosinte, was basically useless. It's scraggly grass with tiny kernels, and it took Native Americans 3,000 years of selective breeding to turn it into something that resembled modern corn. Think about that for a second. While one group of humans...
So, Bucks, while we're listening to this, I want because you're saying this video itself is not about IQ, and that's fair, but you're saying that this is a response to the conversation that we had. So while we're playing the video, maybe it's better if you write it in Discord, give me like what about what's being said in this video is important to you, and how does what's important to you in the video relate to IQ, if this video specifically is not about IQ? So why is this important, and how is this relevant to IQ?
Humans spent thousands of years slowly improving a single crop. People in the Fertile Crescent were already building cities. Sub-Saharan Africa had sorghum and yams. They were decent crops, but Africa had fewer plant species to choose from overall. And the Sahara Desert created a massive barrier that slowed the spread of agriculture and information from the Fertile Crescent. Australia essentially got nothing that could be farmed. Here's how lopsided this lottery was. 33 of the world's 56 most valuable wild grasses grew in the Fertile Crescent. That's why agriculture started there first. They had the raw materials. But plants are only half the story. Animals matter just as much, maybe more. And similar to plants, there are lots of species, but only a few are easy to grow. Throughout all of...
Ken LaCourte. So again, this is a box side quest. Oh, god damn it. What did I just do? Oh, fuck me. We're at 924. 924. 924. 24. Copy. So here's a link to that. Ken LaCourte. Not really sure what it is that we're doing and why this is relevant, but Box is going to give us some context on why this is.
But only a few are easy.
Why this is a response to us talking about how IQ matters.
Easy to grow. Throughout all of human history, only about 14 large mammal species have ever been successfully domesticated. And there are strict requirements for why some animals can be tamed and others can't. It has to grow fast and breed in captivity. It needs a calm enough disposition so it won't kill you. And it needs to live in a social hierarchy that humans can exploit. Basically, the animal has to recognize a pecking order, and you need to be able to slot yourself at the top. Again, Eurasia hit the jackpot. Sheep, goats, pigs, cattle, horses, donkeys, camels.
I might up the fucking side quest to $20.
7 of the big 14 species right there. The Americas had llamas and alpacas.
Like I'm fine with this because I got the 20, but if I did it, then I would be a little bit frustrated because I don't know what this has to do with anything.
That's it. And only in South America. North America, Africa, and Australia, 0. And it's not like people didn't try. Native Americans desperately wanted to domesticate bison. Africans tried with zebras and antelope, but it just didn't work.
So
why couldn't they domesticate bison? I mean, they don't.
Look in Discord right now. You have already typed the things that I asked you, right?
Because if not, that's very relevant information for me trying to have a number right now 22 different people engaged on a single topic while we haven't yet gotten to the State of the Union. You think so? Is it there or is it not there? Okay. People are complex, and IQ is just a small part of the overall picture. It's mostly a rebuttal to the IQ question. I've grown tired of it. Just give some perspective to what it means to be intelligent and a sense of a deeper time, and also just to turn people on to Ken LaCourt. All right, fair enough. Apparently not. Apparently, I'm just low IQ.
Seem all that different from cattle, but they are. When cattle are threatened, they bunch together. It's a defensive strategy that makes them manageable. Bison panic and stampede. Try to pen them in, and they'll trample you or each other. Zebras, they look like nice stripy horses, but they're vicious. They bite and they don't let go. They can kick hard enough to kill a lion. Even in modern times, with all our knowledge and tools, we still can't domesticate zebras on a broad scale. Horses are skittish, but they're trainable. Zebras, they just aren't wired that way. So this wasn't a failure of effort or ingenuity. It was biology. It was luck. Some animals can be domesticated, most can't. And geography shaped one more crucial advantage as well. Eurasia runs east-west, and you can travel 5,000 miles from Portugal.
Some people can be domesticated. Oh, there we go. Some people can be domesticated, and some cannot.
To China and stay in roughly the same latitude. That means the same climate, the same growing season, and the same day length. Wheat domesticated in the Fertile Crescent could be spread to Europe, India, and China. Farmers didn't have to reinvent agriculture, but they could take what worked in one place and plant it somewhere else. Africa and the Americas, they run north-south. Try taking corn from Mexico and plant it in Canada. It just doesn't work. They have different growing seasons and climates. Crops hit a different climate zone barrier and they stop spreading. Africa has the same problem, especially with the Sahara Desert cutting it right.
Guys, 20 bucks for a side quest under 8 minutes, or $50 for anything over that, and we'll do whatever you want.
In half. It means thousands of years of lost agriculture knowledge that never spread. So while Eurasian farmers were swapping seeds and sharing innovations across an entire continent, America and African farmers, they were stuck starting from scratch. It's a geographic orientation problem, and it's massive. Okay, so once agriculture takes hold, everything changes because now there's a food surplus, and that surplus, it builds empires. When 20 farmers can feed 100 people, that changes everything. When they could, then for the first time in their history, not everyone needed to spend their day hunting for food and gathering plants. Surplus gives you extra calories and extra time. It creates specialists. In a hunter-gatherer band, everyone hunts and gathers. There's no room for a guy who sits around thinking about better ways to make tools. But once you have agriculture, you can afford to have people who don't produce food. In fact, one of the first things you need when you have a surplus food is a way to store it, something permanent. Then you want guys to guard the food from animals.
What you're saying is, as different cultures create different ways to live, then that affects the way that they are able to advance. Thus, coming to the modern day, then we would expect different groups to have different IQs. No?
Or other tribes. Someone needs to organize and decide how and when to distribute the food. And the basics of government start to emerge. Later in development, professional armies conquer their neighbors. And those conquests bring in more land, more resources, more people. Civilization grows. And here's what...
So within that civilization, the context, the environment dictates the ability for people to progress. Hence, why Western countries inherently have a higher IQ than undeveloped countries. I don't think you did. We don't all have the same potential. That was exactly the point that was made in the last stream, that this blank slate is not a real thing. I mean, if you want to talk about the fact that as an individual, if you place any individual, let's take my life, that you take any individual and put them in my life circumstances with Papa Watch, doing all of that, coming to, sorry, under the law, yeah. Under the law, yeah. But that doesn't mean everybody is the same. This is explicitly saying the opposite of your point. We treat men equally under the law. That doesn't mean everybody is the same. This is explicitly talking about how people become different, aka better at life, which then translates to IQ.
Political structure becomes crucial. Innovation spread. Eurasia was fragmented in a way that actually helped ideas spread. It wasn't one giant unified empire, but competing kingdoms and city-states and feudal territories connected by trade and migration. When one kingdom invented something useful, like better plows, bronze weapons, or gunpowder, that knowledge didn't stay contained, it spread in multiple ways. Essentially, It was adapt or die. Merchants carried innovations along routes connecting competing kingdoms. Craftsmen, inventors, they moved between territories, bringing their knowledge with them. And with important technology, you either adapted or someone took you over with it. And the east-west axis of Eurasia meant those innovations could travel thousands of miles without hitting climate barriers. Gunpowder, invented in China, reached Europe. Steelmaking techniques developed in the Middle East spread to India and Europe. The Americas didn't have that same political structure or connectivity, so innovation stayed local. The Maya developed writing, but it never spread to the...
Okay, so we agree that IQ is important and real. Or are you saying you and Ken are in agreement? Glowndog said, IQ has a huge impact on people's potential. It doesn't make them better or worse people, but anyone can do anything is actually harmful and untrue. Yep.
Or the Aztecs. Each civilization was reinventing the wheel, sometimes literally. But China had the problem of too much unity. When China's emperor decided to halt oceanic exploration in the 1400s, that decision stuck for the entire huge empire. In Europe, when one kingdom stopped exploring...
I can hear this, but I gotta pee, and this is my opportunity. I'm listening. I'm not chair reacting, okay? I can hear it. It's right there.
Others continued. Spain's rivals couldn't afford to let Spain monopolize the New World. And technology, well, it kind of builds on itself. So Eurasia moved from stone tools to copper to bronze to iron. So when Cortez arrived in the Americas in the 1500s, the Aztecs were still in the Stone Age, literally. I mean, they had obsidian blades, which weren't terrible, but against steel swords, it wasn't even close. But it wasn't because the Aztecs were dumb or lazy. It was because they started late. They didn't have the 5,000-year head start that Eurasia had. The Fertile Crescent got agriculture around 8,500 BC. Mesoamerica didn't get it until around 3,500 BC, 5,000 years. Now, put it in modern terms so that we can see how impossible this gap was to overcome. Imagine us here in the United States being attacked by a civilization just 100 years younger than us. Think of 1926 U.S. Army attacking modern-day America. It would be almost laughable, and it wouldn't be a fight. Now do the reverse. Try to imagine a society advanced 5,000 more years into the future attacking us and how our military would fare against that or anything. I mean, I can't even fathom what that might look like. That's the situation that the Incas and the Native Americans and the Africans faced when Europeans arrived. They were fighting enemies that were millennia ahead of them. But the most fearsome thing the Europeans brought to the Americas wasn't guns or steel swords or horses. It was germs. Europe's invisible and unintentional weapon. And the devastation was almost unimaginable. Scholars generally agree that over 90% of the indigenous population of the Americas died from disease after European contact. If you lived in a village of 100 people, within a generation, only a handful of you would still be alive. Smallpox killed more Native Americans than all of the European weapons combined by a landslide. And some empires collapsed before the Europeans even showed up. The Inca Emperor, Huayna Capac, he died of smallpox in 1527 without ever seeing a Spaniard. The disease traveled faster than the conquistadors did, spreading through trade routes and wiping out populations before Europeans ever arrived to conquer them. By the time Pizarro marched into Peru, the Inca Empire was already in chaos. A smallpox epidemic had killed the previous emperor and sparked a civil war over succession. But why didn't it work the other way around? Why didn't Native American diseases wipe out the Europeans? Why was it a one-way street? Europeans brought smallpox, measles, flu, typhus, plague, tuberculosis, and more. The Europeans, the only thing they got from the natives was syphilis. The exchange wasn't even close, and the answer goes back to those domesticated animals. Those sheep, pigs, cows, and other animals, they weren't just food and labor. They were also disease factories. Eurasians lived intimately with their domesticated animals for thousands of years. They slept in the...
Completely disagree, Dick. How old did you say you were? I am a millennial, okay? We are the participation trophy generation. Now, we blame that on the boomers and the older Gen Xers because we were fucking children, but we take the brunt of being the participation generation. So it absolutely is important to tell children that suck at sports that they suck at sports. Because then you get the WNBA being like, well, why don't we get paid as much? So disagreed. Maybe so, but not all the same.
Same structures, handle them daily. They breathe the same air. And diseases often leap from animal to humans. Smallpox, jump from cattle.
Why is he right? Why is it bad to be honest with children? It is good to tell someone who is dedicating their life to become a baseball player and they can't hit the ball. It's okay to continually tell them that, oh, you're doing great. You're doing great. This is how you get to the majors. You sure? You sure? You sure about that? You sure? You sure? You're sure about that? I'll give you, sometimes it is less bad to lie. I can get that. But the example that you used, it's like, Jesus. If you swerve on Santa, you are a monster. If you, what do you mean? Wait. What do you mean if you swerve on Santa and the Tooth Fairy? Because
remember that they don't really do Santa like that. And some of you are parents, so you'll know better than me. But now it's Elf on a Shelf, which is way more, from what I understand, way more. I don't know, not as fun. Okay, yeah. I will not be lying to my children about Santa. I will not be lying to my children about the Tooth Fairy. What purpose does that serve? What purpose does it serve? Santa, okay, I get it. Tell me why it makes sense to tell a child about the Tooth Fairy. I mean, hey, maybe I'll change my mind. Maybe I'll change my mind when I have kids. But I as of right now, I cannot think of a single use for the belief that some stranger is sneaking into my child's bedroom while they're sleeping because of the fact that their face fell out. That seems like extra trauma.
Flu, more from diseases in pigs and ducks. Measles came from cattle and sheep. It goes on and on. Native Americans had fewer domesticated animals and never lived in close quarters with them, so they never developed these diseases. But animals alone weren't enough to create some killer epidemics. You also needed something else. Lots of people, like cities. Diseases like measles, smallpox, and tuberculosis are what they call crowd diseases. They need large, dense populations to survive and keep progressing. Measles, for instance, it needs at least 500,000 people to keep circulating. And if the population is smaller than that, the disease burns through everyone, and then it dies out as well. So hunter-gatherers, they didn't get those. A band of 50 people moving through the forest, it's just not enough bodies for measles to survive. But agriculture created the population density, and thousands of people packed together were the perfect breeding ground. And the diseases were brutal over centuries and centuries. They killed millions of people across Europe, Asia, North Africa for thousands of years. But here's the thing about epidemic diseases. If you survive them once, you're often immune for life. Your body develops antibodies, and sometimes those are passed down. Over thousands of years, Eurasians developed genetic resistance, not complete immunity, but enough that the diseases were manageable. The Americas didn't have any kind of protection like that. So when the Europeans arrived with all of these invisible plagues, Native Americans had zero defenses. The Geographic lottery didn't just determine who had steels and guns, it determined germs as well. And that turned out to be the deadliest weapon of all. So I started asking why the Europeans had taken over the world, but that certainly doesn't mean it's going to last forever. I mean, geography isn't destiny forever. And the advantages have shifted. Modern technology, it spreads globally in months, not thousands of years. But understanding this history matters, and it explains the world we inherited. It also helps explain why Africa is...
That I can agree with, Dick. That I can agree with. Let's finish this up.
History matters, and it explains the world we inherited. It also helps explain why Africa is and compared to the rest of the world now. I mean, the world has given billions of dollars to the continent, and to many, it seems like the problems are still there. And I ask a tough question. Is it a lost cause? But as always, there's a twist to these things, and it's a fascinating video. I learned a lot from it. I'm Ken LaCourte.
Did you? I didn't, because it seemed like you just kind of went over 4th grade social studies. But yeah, so that's what we're gonna do now, because I mean, even though that was longer, you know, if it was a main night, I'm not gonna lie, I would have been upset about that. So if you send a $5 super chat, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, whenever of those things, then I will look into the side quest that you were discussing, and if it fits, then obviously I'm not in the business of trying to fucking steal your money. But if it comes up when it's like, wait, this isn't really whatever, but you want to send that 20, then we could do whatever you want. Thank you, sir, for the $20. I appreciated the I liked the $20 more than I didn't like the irrelevance of the video, so it works. Shout out to HR Death Poet. So here's what's going on, guys. Here's what's going on. I have enough to roll up one more, but only because I've been talking to you guys so much. So here's what are we gonna do? I'm gonna pull up some clips from the the State of the Union. Well, actually, we have, okay, good. I have this one tab with a 3-minute video ready to go. We're gonna talk about this. We can find more clips about specific parts of the State of the Union that I think are absolutely worth discussing if we keep. Oh my goodness, Boxy boy!
Thank you, sir. Let's get a nice big pile there. Let's get a nice big pile there. Morty, come on, get your treats. Come here. Yeah. Bam, 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 bam. Oh my goodness! Shout out to Boggs with the big 50. My goodness, sponsoring the whole goddamn stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you got one more right there. There you go, there you go. Say thank you to Boggs. Oh, thank you, Boggs. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, sir. My goodness. So, thanks to Boggs. Now we will check out this clip, and I will roll up, and then we'll see what other specific clips from the State of the Union before we call it a night. Let's do it. Oh, whoa. Okay. I was like, what? Wrong. Okay. We good? Good.
Last night, Trump outsmarted all of his political opponents with this single move.
One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe.
I love that the camera is on this guy because this summarizes the entire dynamic. You see him perk up like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. Is this really about to happen? Yes, it is. He's embracing the concept of show, don't tell. At the last State of the Union, they realized this worked really well, so they just fine-tuned it, amped it up. He begins by setting the stage.
Because we finally have a president who puts America first. To put America first.
He then introduces a policy change that Congress is not going to be able to engage in insider trading anymore. This forces them to concede.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it.
Trump then doubles down on show, don't tell.
Pelosi definitely wouldn't be standing for no more insider trading. That's all she got.
By using example after example after example.
Delilah Colburn was only 5 years old in June. Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade.
His opponents will claim these are just anecdotes. Yes, but they're anecdotes that could have been prevented. And there's
each and every single example of this person died by the hands of an illegal immigrant. Each and every one of those people matter to start, but also are in a group of people who just simply should be alive. That's it. As Sam said, when I hit middle school, it became social studies, and it was basically about guilt-tripping white kids and making Hispanic, Amerindian, and blacks have animosity towards whites. And then we wonder why Nick Fuentes is popular. Proof of how old I am, I started school before MLK Jr. Day and Black History Month existed. God damn! Crypt keeper up in this bitch. God damn. Except they never guilted us the whole time I was in school for being white or colonizing us or anything. That's what you think. They just got better at being more subversive. All right, moving on.
His opponents will claim these are just anecdotes. Yes, but they're anecdotes that could have been prevented. And there's no denying that. These things happen. Their family is there in the room. He already knows they're not going to stand, but he then begins to bait them in just to ensure the outcome.
And it is
Elon's mad.
The American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime.
Maybe you were there before. Maybe you were there before social studies became something different than history. Maybe that's it. Lucky you, if that's the case.
We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games.
Now the stage is set. He moves in for the kill. I've never seen anything like this in a State of the Union.
One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight, I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle.
So what? This is the setup. The setup is, okay, we're going to be bipartisan and just establish this is a basis. Left, right, libertarian, independent, otherwise.
then you're going to, you should, if you are an American, if you represent America, which is your job, then.
He's so nervous. He's literally biting his fingernails.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support.
And of course, if you don't know, that's the whole fucking show of the State of the Union is, oh, I have to stand and clap for Daddy Trump when he says anything I like. And the left has to be like, no, I don't care what he says. I hate that guy. It's childish, but hey, you get moments like this.
The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens.
I paused that in the middle. Let's go back. If you agree, stand up. If you agree
with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Would anyone deny that?
No.
Regardless of how you feel about Trump.
Unless you're an elected Democrat. Now, I get it. I get it. The game is being played. This is politics. But you got cucked. The entire Democratic Party got cucked hard.
And first, agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Would anyone deny that?
No, I don't know that it's such a, I don't think it was such an amazing speech. Like, yeah, I was like, I'm gonna fall asleep too. I didn't even fucking finish it because I was like, I don't give a shit. But the points that matter. Shout out to B. Hey, welcome to the party. Said Trump did such a good job. The Democrats look heartless and weird. They are heartless and weird. I think he could have done a little bit better with the split base. I think he could have done a little bit better to appeal to people. Did I not take you out? I did take you out. I'm bugging. What are you sitting there for? Sorry, I just see Morty fucking staring at me. And I'm like, did I forget to take him out? I definitely did not. But yeah, I don't know. They did such a good job. I feel like it was very boilerplate. I mean, I don't think he fucked up anywhere. But, you know, why? Since I actually knew what Juneteenth was before MLK Day. I grew up in a majority black neighborhood. Most of the blacks I grew up with came from Texas and Louisiana. They were celebrating Juneteenth. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, let's finish up what we got it.
Regardless of how you feel about Trump, rather than pointing out they're not standing up, he's requesting that they stand up to show support for something.
Let it cook. Let it cook.
Now he waits and lets it sink in.
Look, so Democrats are mostly heartless and just as weird as the rest of the APAC taking Congress folk. True. True. Oh, fuck. God damn it.
It's difficult to believe that half of the government could be so stupid to allow themselves to fall into this trap. A lot of thought went into how to.
Yeah, Box is saying left and right are cooked. That's why you've got to determine: are you going to be of the D-Gen class or the American class? Because that's where it's going. That's where it's going. Tune in tomorrow night at 8 p.m. for a little bit more on that, which I do believe, unless something comes up, Box is gonna get a whole fucking stream. No promises, but as of right now, the James Sexton, is that his name? That thing is on the docket. Still got to see what comes out tomorrow, but I'm saying that's the plan.
So stupid to allow themselves to fall into this trap. A lot of thought went into how to phrase the wording of this. It was designed to trap them, and it did. It was worded perfectly. I mean, just look how long this went on for.
That's where I think Boxer, they started off not liking the right. Still don't like them. Now I don't like the Dems either. Like, where do we go from here? Box, this is every single person who has a claim to make a video on the Brandon Straka's Walk Away campaign, of which, yes, I do have one. We can, if you guys want to watch that, we could watch that too after this clip. Put a one in the chat if you have not seen my Walk Away video. But this is how we all became, exactly. This is what we call being red-pilled. You are being red-pilled at this moment. I was a never Trumper. I was a Bernie. In fact, no, we're doing that. We're doing it. I'm gonna let this finish. Okay, there's 5 seconds, so it won't matter. But okay.
I mean, just look how long this went on for. I wish the cameras had focused on their faces more. We get a few examples here. You could just imagine the people at home.
Oh, come on. There it is. There it is. So I did think, they did tell me that this was going to be played for CPAC, but they might have cut that out, but let's see.
That was the full red pill for me, where I understood the Democratic Party is trying to destroy our country. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't love the GOP, and I haven't voted for Trump yet. Yeah. But I think the MAGA America First crowd is the only thing that can save our country. I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, and I am a secular conservative, but I would love to be on your team. If I could just
for frame of reference, this was posted February of 2024. February of 2024. But I think it was recorded maybe like a month or so earlier. But yeah, 2024, beginning in 2024.
And I am a secular conservative, but I would love to be on your team. If I could just tell you my story really quick, I think.
Remember, as of now, I've dropped the atheist thing, but I am a non-believer. But
we can open the Conservative Party to a lot of people who should already be on our team. You know, I was born in the Catholic Church. I was confirmed in the Methodist Church. Up until I was in college, religion was all I knew. Religion was everything. And it wasn't until I started looking into psychology and philosophy and I fell away from religion. But I still had a lot of respect for the values of Christianity. Now, don't get me wrong. I definitely went through a militant atheist phase. I was telling people they were stupid for believing in God and they shouldn't do this. And most atheists who came out of religion didn't have that phase. But eventually, we come to realize Christians aren't bad people. Of course not. Most Christians are awesome people. So why aren't we on the same team? Now, when I was a kid, you know, I was not into politics. I knew that I didn't trust the government listening to some anti-flag CDs, but other than that, I did not know what was going on. I had opinions on the issues, but I didn't know anything about politics itself. Funny little story, my freshman year in college, I was walking back from my friend's dorm to my own, and there was a bunch of people, brisk fall night, everybody's celebrating. I had no idea what's going on. Not till later that night do I find out, oh, that was the night America got its first black president. That's how
the part that I left out of this video is the fact that my school was we didn't have a football team. We were a D1 school, but we didn't have a football team. So basketball was a big thing, and then the business school. So, and then, you know, like liberal arts wasn't really a big thing. I was in a liberal arts school. But you could tell who was in the business school and who was there for basketball. And so when I was walking back, you know, in that story that I was saying, it was a bunch of black people celebrating, which was odd. So just for context.
Everybody in college. I was walking back from my friend's dorm to my own, and there was a bunch of people, brisk fall back night. Everybody's celebrating. I had no idea what's going on. Not till later that night do I find out, oh, that was the night America got its first black president. That's how out of touch I was. And that continued for years. You know, I was just doing my thing, being that angry atheist, not paying attention to anything except myself. And as I continued to learn about my own brain and the brains of other people and philosophy, morality of myself and other people, I was able to rebuild that structure. And I was able to see how similar that moral structure was to the religion that I had left. Now, of course, I still don't have the dogmatic belief. I don't believe in a God. There could be a God. I don't know. But I don't live my life in the way that there is or there is not a God. And I know to some of you that might be very offensive, but hear me out. I believe that in order for our society to run, we need to all coalesce around values like family, community, grace, tradition, merit, capitalism, all these kinds of things. Now, find those things in Christianity too. It seems like we're on the same team. So if I got here from moral philosophy and you got here from the Bible, why can't we work together? Because I'll tell you what, there is a huge cohort of people who definitely don't like the Bible, but they're not even trying to develop a moral structure. They've just thrown it all out. They threw out the baby with the bathwater. And it's hard to blame them as somebody who doesn't believe in the truth claims. But that's neither here nor there. The fact is, these are people who care about our country. But we are saying you are not on our team because of things that you believe, even though you have the right values. Who is that helping? The Democratic Party, that's for sure. Now, eventually, I figured, I should start paying attention to politics. And I was a big brain. I'm like, okay, let me watch CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News, and I'll get the full story. This is right around 2015 when Trump is coming down the escalator. And I'm thinking they got to get the full story between the 3 full stations, right? That's all there is. Of course, I know better now. But at the time, it had led me to being a Bernie bro. I was so excited to vote for Bernie Sanders in 2016. But of course, we all saw what the DNC did, and I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. The news people told me that if Donald Trump becomes the president, the world will end. So I did what I had to do.
No.
They made me feel like I had to do.
No, don't do it, Lutch.
And, I've been through some stuff. And I say to this day that is the most shameful thing I've ever done. But then, I was paying attention, waiting for the world to end. And it didn't. I kept seeing more and more things about Trump that I knew weren't true, that people were repeating, and they didn't care that they were lying. And it happened over time. But it was really with Kyle Rittenhouse that was the full red pill for me, where I understood the Democratic Party is trying to destroy our country. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't love the GOP. And I haven't voted for Trump yet. But I think the MAGA, America First crowd is the only thing that can save our country. And I'll tell you something else. It doesn't matter if Trump wins. If all of the people who are secular individuals are told when it comes to conservatism, when it comes to right-wing politics, when it comes to being a Republican, you're not welcome here. If that's what they're told, then it doesn't matter if Donald Trump wins. Because those people will always associate the Republican Party with hate. I know that most people who are Christians are awesome people. I just happen not to believe in the same things as a lot of you guys. But there's a lot of propaganda. There's a lot of rhetoric that tells those people that you hate them. And I'll be honest with you, as an atheist, I've gotten some vitriol from Christians. And because I know what it's like to be a Christian, because I know what it's like to be politically homeless, I didn't let that shake me and say, okay, well, I'm going with the other team. But a lot of people are doing that. So if we want a party that has any relevance to reality, any relevance to the young people, secular ideas have to be a part of this movement. I think we have something amazing here, guys. But as long as the Republican Party is wrapped around religion and religion only, we will lose. I'm not saying any of you should give up your beliefs. I'm not saying any of you should not practice your faith. All I'm saying is, can I come to? We have the right ideas. Let's not push people away because they believe the wrong things, even if they have the right values. Thank you so much. Once again, I am Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.
Oh, wait. So notice how this, listen to the difference, or tell me if there is no difference. The start of the show. This is if you're ever here with the at the beginning of the show or the end of the show, this is what you hear. Like, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now listen to what it's supposed to sound like.
Oh, common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.
For more great videos.
So obviously, I've sped it up, but it's like bring, 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 and the same thing with like.
How about that?
It's not supposed to echo like that. It's not supposed to echo like that. But it does. We gonna get it fixed though. Behave said the Democrats voted for a VP who called Obama clean black. The first clean, articulate black, according to Joe Biden. All right, where are we at here? So let's what do we got here? Let's see. All right, guys. I mean, I got maybe 2 packs left before this joint is done. So it's up to you guys if you want to keep the party raging. Let me know. Okay. See the unit. What in the fuck is this? This is non-parody. This is an excerpt from the Democrats' so-called alternative State of the Union address. One thing is abundantly clear. If you're still voting Democrat, you need to have a little talk with yourself. Okay. I would like, how can we either turn this into a drinking game or expensive eyebrows? What you mean? This fucking hair, bro. I haven't fucking shaved my unibrow in like fucking, I don't know, the last time you seen this all clean. I always fucking hit the unibrow. So yeah. Yes, I will play that after this. Remind me if I forget. You have my permission to be like, hey, you said that. Blah, blah, blah. What are we looking at? What are we doing? Oh yeah. So how can we turn this into a drinking game? The Democrats' alternative State of the Union address. Either a drinking game, or you can put a guess in the chat of some wild shit that will be said. For instance, on a basic level, you could expect that fuck ICE, free Palestine, stuff like that's going to show up. No one is illegal on stolen land. What else is? Tell me. Put in the chat what you think we are about to see from the Democrats' so-called alternative State of the Union address.
I'm fresh out of.
We got a full minute and not a full minute and a half, but almost a minute and a half. I have yet to see any fucking guesses. What do you think they are gonna say? Delay.
I'm fresh out of an ICE prison in Minneapolis.
Called it. Started with ICE. Okay.
I'm fresh out of an ICE prison in Minneapolis.
Oh, base.
I've been arrested 3 times by ICE over absurdity, over us being ourselves, over me singing songs like, hey, Mr. Tangerine Man, get rid of brown people for me. I'm Aryan white. There ain't no place I'm going to. And then all of a sudden, he's not ready for primetime player ICE agents with 2 weeks of training come after me. I got arrested in Portland. I got arrested in Minneapolis in the last 3 weeks twice. But they can't erase a movement, all right? What I went through is 1/1000th of a lot of marginalized people and what they have to go through.
What I had to go through was so bad, but also everybody else is, oh, it's so bad. Oh, my God.
And those ICE detention centers. And I want to tell you something right now. There's an announcement. Pumpkin Spice Satan is making his way to the State of the Union. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to rev up the show right now. We're giving out prizes. We're going to have bingo.
Of course they got to give out free shit. Of course they got to give out free shit. Is there any other way that these people operate besides, oh, do I get something for free?
We're going to storm the White House with love and compassion.
Are you there? No, they're not. They're not going to do that. Trump literally genocided me 10 times this month. I'm literally shaking right now. Like, I can't even. But, like, if a colored person, it would be even. Okay, so the giraffe looks like he's suffering from kidney and liver failure. Needs dialysis ASAP. He definitely needs help. He definitely needs help. My lord, that is not. Oh man, I can't imagine being. Fuck. What happened? Okay, I can't imagine being that person. And like thinking, yeah, like exactly. That's exactly what I was gonna say. I can't imagine being not only associated, but like the face of it. Like, holy shit. Okay, let's see what Fetterman has to say about people not standing up when he's like, yeah. So Trump asked them to stand if you believe that you should protect Americans over illegal immigrants.
The rest of people in my party would stand up and clap for. I clapped with a lot of those things that it seemed like others. Like I stood up and I clapped to recognize the family that lost their daughter, the Ukrainian girl that was stabbed to death, in North Carolina. And I stood up and I clapped that political prisoner.
Say her name.
How you can't celebrate those kinds of things. And now I also celebrated all the veterans that were in the audience as well too. And even more the political things like like Erica Kirk. I stood up and I clapped for her as well too. Now, here, can't we just be more kind to a widow? I mean, we just shouldn't be that long ago that a widow, with young children has her husband murdered, how we can't just acknowledge that as well too, whether white people would attack her, whether the left or the right either. So I'm always going to stand up and clap for things that I agreed with like striking the Iranian, sites now for me. I never worry about who's standing up or clapping. If I see it, I'm.
So he's like, all right, but we should do that. I want to get the actual, like, why is this so bad at being what I want it to be? Like, I just want to see clips of the fucking State of the Union address. What is this? What is this? Can you see this? Why is this here? Why is that there? I searched State of the Union highlights. What is this? How is this helpful?
If you agree with his statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Yeah, I know. Yep, there they are, telling you exactly who the fuck they are. Oh my goodness! Bam, 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 bam. Shout out to the sugar daddy himself, Monk Master General. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party with the big 20s. So the giraffe is a role model for broken people everywhere. Indeed, indeed they are. And for once, you, sir, are not the sponsor of the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. So since this is doing exactly what it always does, and is a terrible search engine, I don't know how other people, like Tim Pool always uses X to bring up videos. I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand how to search on X, but it never, ever, 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 ever gives me what I want to see, ever. And so we're gonna do this. Oh my goodness! Yeah, 20 gifted memberships. This motherfucker said, "Ain't nobody else sponsoring me." More, you got that so fast. Jesus Christ! Hold on, we got weed on the thing. Nobody saw it. That's why I moved it over. You gotta wait. Okay, can you wait? Can you wait? Wait. Good. Lay down. Lay down. Down. Good. Down. No, all the way. Good. There you go. Okay, now wait. If they don't see it, then they're not going to give us more money, and I can't afford this shit. And, Starbucks, but you've got a new sponsor of the stream. Thank you. So very, very much living up to that sugar daddy name. Welcome to the party. Did you how much did you like? Did you see the State of the Union? The main two things we were talking about was Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee. Whew, that was rough. And now we're looking for clips of the State of the Union address, and we're gonna hit up our boy Dave Smith, who may or may. Oh, fuck yes! It's the pit night, baby! It's the pit night! Hell yes! And it's 12:30 already? Let's go. That's going to be ready. Fuck yeah, if you guys are not watching the pit, you are fucking up. Also, actually, let me drop the link again. Actually, I got mods. Where are my mods at? Be one of the mods, please drop the link to the Discord if you were just gifted a membership. Guys, it's free for everybody. It's free for everybody. However, if you are a member, you get extra special stuff, including the after party on Monday, Wednesday, Friday streams. As soon as we are done here on YouTube, we head over to the voice channel over there where you don't have to worry about any TOS or anything, and you are not stuck in the chat. You are actually on screen with me and everybody else. And of course, there's our disciple chat. We got the watch party. We got movie nights. We got all that stuff going. We got a bunch of people. We had some trolls before. I cleaned it up, and we're on the way back up. So come in and join on the ground floor 2.0 and say thank you to FMG on the way. Yeah, the pit. The pit. Tell me you guys know what the pit is. P-I-T-T. The pit. So real quick, the pit is a medical drama, but it's not like Grey's Anatomy or like CSI or some gay shit like that. It is almost it is a dramatized documentary. Yeah, I'll go with that. It's a dramatized documentary. So the setup of the show is the pit is what they call the pit is what they call the emergency room at this hospital in Pittsburgh. The entire season. Yeah, that's why I started my TikTok. The entire season is one full real-time ER shift. So season 1, episode 1 is, I don't think it was a particular day. Like season 2 is July 4th. But see, so episode 1 is 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Episode 2 is 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Episode 3 Oh, are we back? Test, test, test. Can you hear me? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so I don't know where I left off. Long story short, the fucking the pit. Okay, we're back. Yeah, so the whole season is one shift. So episode 1 is 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Episode 2 is 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. So on and so forth for 15 hours. It's a 15-hour shift, and it's just incredibly done. Doctors around the world praise it for being amazing. It's got Emmys or Oscars, whatever. Trust me, because when have I ever led you wrong? Name a show that I've ever talked about that wasn't awesome. Exactly. It was me and Morty here by ourselves on a Christmas, and I'd never seen the pit, and so I knew the structure, that it was real time and like one whole ship, and I was like, fuck it, let's bang this out. And I just watched 7 a.m. to whatever 9 p.m. or yeah, right. Whatever the time. I watched the entire season in one sitting, and it was fucking amazing. It was heart-wrenching. It was really interesting. It's medically extremely accurate. Yeah, there you go. God damn, that's too much work. That's too much work. Just fucking throw your titties online and you're good. But yeah, you guys should be watching The Pit. Start with season 1, and it gets better. I'm right now, I don't know if you guys heard me before, but I'm watching the Fast and Furious movies. Just saw the first 3, and I was like, okay, this is cool. But then apparently it was a whole thing. All right, so shout out to David Smith here. He's talking about this and that and that, and we're just going to use the clips that he uses.
But anyway, he does at a certain point kind of pivot to this like rah rah America moment. So here, let's play this clip.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't.
Are they though? Are they though? Yeah, maybe the sycophants, but maybe in 2017. Right? Nobody. Oh, please, please, Mr. President, you're doing too much of what we asked you to do. No, he's not.
Take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners.
All right, so he goes off on this whole thing. It's I don't know. It doesn't, to me, it just doesn't quite feel like classic Trump. It feels like a kind of washed up version of it. And look, I don't know, maybe it's just me and my perspective. Perhaps I'm a little colored by the fact that I'm pretty furious at this administration, but I don't know. I just don't think this message, while you're, you were a year ago, you gave a State of the Union speech where you're, you were enjoying your record high approval ratings, which by the way, were like 50-50.
I usually listen to Dave at 2.4x, so it sounds like he's drunk to me right now.
It's like the best Donald Trump ever did, at least according to the polls. Maybe he was in actuality a little better than that. In fact, I think he might have been, I suspect. But you have your record. Now you come back, you're like 10 points down from there. It's like there's your base is very divided. You're on your way to getting creamed in the midterms. And to just stand there and go, we're winning so much and you're so tired of winning. I don't know, man. It just seems like a really out of touch message to me.
Agreed. All right, so we got another clip. Yeah.
Warren on her feet. Let's check that out.
All Americans can profit from a rising stock market. Let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
Keep going, Pocahontas. All right, guys. Anyone other? Funkmaster is already the sponsor, so I will not accept his money. If he sends me money, I am sending it back. If we want to get some of that peanut butter up on the sides where Morty can reach it, $5. $5 collectively. Send it a 99-cent super sticker, and we could do that. I mean, look at him. Of course, he hates the camera, but he's going. He's like, please, can I have some more? He's trying to chew it apart. Like, bro, ain't nothing else in there. $5. Funkmaster, your money is no good here any longer until the next turn. You know what I mean?
They stood up for that. I can't believe.
Hey, the generals didn't stand up. Was that for this part, or was that for the thing that when he was like, stand with me if you think your priority is to America over illegal aliens? Or was it that part? Interesting. Didn't say where the fuck do approval ratings come from? I'm 50 and no one ever asks me if I approve shit. They do it. They ask 7 people in that are hanging around DC, and then they extrapolate. I'm joking, but not even really though.
Can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she was here?
Let's get that in full.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she was here? Count it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
What? Bruh. I mean, that's a good place to start, but do you have any fucking idea? I can't even imagine. Because, like, I've been to the store recently.
you know, my laptop is kind of, you know, near shit in the bed, and you know, so that's a fucking thing to deal with. But I went to Best Buy because it's like, okay, there's actual, you know, because especially with computers and laptops and stuff like that, you know, you're looking online and everything. There's gajillion things. So I'm like, all right, let me go into the store and actually talk to somebody. There's nobody to talk to, and there's nothing in the store. How do you get things? And a friend ordered me shocks for Chevy, and I saved, yeah. Wait till you hear about Amazon. 2-day shipping for free. Free delivery from Walmart. And that is insane. What is it? I'm sorry that I'm stuck on this. I'm sorry. But what is it that you think that is not able to happen because you didn't put that credit card number into a website? Are you under the impression that if you don't put it on a website that people can't access it? There's nothing on the card. The card is just a digital key to your account or to your credit. If somebody wants to steal your shit, Amazon ain't going to be the way. Is anyone else as blown away by never having ever ordered anything online ever? That's so insane. Anyway.
Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. As we ensure.
I thought, look, I will say, you know, there were a few moments like this, and maybe that's what we'll kind of go over here in a few clips here. There were a few moments where I suppose I could see the argument to why this would be a smart way for Donald Trump to play it.
Yeah, I don't really care about that. I'm gonna go with the clips themselves. Give my opinion. Next clip.
So here, let's give. These were a couple of the moments that I'm sure are the ones that his people are going to celebrate the most. So let's get that back into that. All right. So let's go to the one, the Chief Nerd. Great follow on Twitter, by the way.
Yeah, but it just seems like the most boomer thing I've ever heard. Because I'm okay. Maybe I'm projecting. But it seems like you feel like this is cool. You say, I've never even ordered anything online. Okay. You should do it. Because it's extremely convenient. And a lot cheaper.
His video where surely we can agree no state can be allowed. Let's check this one out.
But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we've been talking about that? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately.
Man.
Look, nobody says that. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
Yeah, I like real condoms.
Amazing. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time. Did you know?
It's not like you're not ruining the country, but fair enough. Let's go.
But look, I mean, it's hard to argue there's not some good politics in that, and that Donald Trump takes this issue, which is, I mean, look, like the Democrats do, and they got aware that they all lost their fucking minds over the last 15 years. But Donald Trump is able to get on the side here of an issue that probably 90+% of people agree with at this point. That you know, it's not even like his starting point by being like, there's no such thing as trans people, or nobody should transition, or you should be mean to people who are trans, or something like that. But just going like,
you know, I think to Dave's point, who does not like Trump at all right now, despite having voted for him, saying that you know, not talking about, oh, it's evil and da 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 da, but just we should not be doing this. That is the position of most Americans. They don't want
kids being trans. It's when you get to the stuff that someone like Box would say, well, that's icky. I agree that we shouldn't chop off the genitals of a child, but you could say it nicer. Well, now there's no ickiness. We're just talking about facts, right, Box?
Like some other adult can't decide that we're going to transition your kid without your knowledge. And now, of course, obviously the Democrats, it's this weird dance that they do where they don't want to clap for anything that Donald Trump says. But then, of course, the game is to just say something that's really popular and then they don't stand and then go, well, look, they're all sitting for this. I understand.
Do you drive? Do you drive, Dick?
It's kind of dumb. But there is something powerful about pointing to all of them sitting down and going, especially since we know like a lot of them really did believe this at least, or they would have said, maybe they never believed it, but they would have promoted it a few years ago. And they don't want to right now. But there is something, undeniably powerful about that message. And then going, look, man, these guys are out of their minds. Like, that's how far gone they are. So I understand where that probably made some Trump people happy. It's not bad politics. Take an issue that's real popular.
All right. Let's see what we got up next here. I think this was the one that we saw a couple times. The stand with me if you think America is better than the immigrants. Because it is infinitely more dangerous to drive and have something bad happen than order something online and have something bad happen. Just saying. Do what makes you happy. I'm just saying. Consistency is key.
Colin Rugg, Natalie. But this might have been Donald Trump's best moment of the entire State of the Union.
Yeah, I think this is the main.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American.
So pay attention when you enter your credit card number. What? I was going to leave it there. Obviously you need to drive more than you need to order things online. I get it. Well, what is it that you think you're not going to pay attention to? Oh wait, is it that only people who are not paying attention get in car accidents? Yep, and you ordering things online has absolutely nothing to do with that. I'm just fucking with you. All right.
American government, show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Well, these are the people that you're voting for. But I mean, illegal immigrants, right? That might be the midterms right there. Because you can hate the rhetoric all you want, but when it gets down to brass tacks, you wouldn't stand up for Americans over illegal, not even American born over immigrant Americans. I wouldn't stand for that. American is American. If you are an American citizen, that means something to me. Whether you were born here like I was, or you immigrated here the right way, like my parents did. We are all Americans. And they say, nuh-uh, let's go with the illegals. And they knew they're not that stupid. Liberal voters are that stupid. The politicians, they're all in the same fucking club. They know what's going on. The fact of the matter is, if you cannot say, it do be like that. It do be like that. More than I'll scoop it out. So we'll just wait and we'll see if they'll give us $5 more.
All right. So, I mean, you could see there how long the applause lasted for, but look, that was a great moment for Donald Trump.
How come you and Liberty Plus TV are never here at the same time? Never. This is exactly the kind of mention of why Venezuela really showed me a chink in the armor for Dave, because for a minute I've been telling you guys, because Tim Pool used to be my #1 guy, and then he kind of got too black-pilled and a little too feisty and all these kind of things. And I still like Tim Pool, but and then it became Dave Smith. And I was like, oh, I'm very libertarian minded and all that stuff. And then Venezuela happened, because he was mad at Iran when we bombed Iran, but I was as well. And then Venezuela happened. And I also was not happy that this operation had went down. But it went down, and it seems like everything is in a good position. We lost no soldiers. We lost no technology. We accomplished the mission that we went out for. The people are alive. It's not like we killed some leader or anything like that. But even there, it was just based on, well, why do we need to be doing this? And it's like, okay, yeah, I guess. But, like, it's already done. So what are you bitching about? How about we just... I wouldn't have done that. That was my position. I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have voted for that. But okay, hey, it's done, and it worked out. Being a libertarian seems to be the exercise of showing everybody why you are more right than everyone else on everything. Now, that's not specifically to Liberty Plus TV, but just in general. It's just like, come on. Libertarians in reality are mortal enemies. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that I hear, it's like, okay, well, that sounds nice on paper, but there's like a reality that we're applying this to. I mean, I'm not that confident, Jason, but I mean, that could be a moment. That could be a moment. All right, let's finish this up, because I'm done rolling. So we're going to watch this clip and watch what Dave has to say. Or we're going to get a $5 and Morty is going to get a little bit more. So let's just back up.
So, I mean...
This is the... First duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
All right, so I mean, you could see there how long the applause lasted for, but look, that was a great moment for Donald Trump. Now, again, just to be clear here, I'm like separating these things into like just like analyzing how effective something was versus like my opinion on it, right? So like, if you want like my opinion on it, I think it's like yeah, I mean, obviously I agree with the statement that he made. It does almost feel to me a little bit like, I thought like the America First thing was, we're not supposed to fight any more stupid wars. And now you're trying to make the America First thing just like whether you care about illegal immigrants or U.S. citizens or whatever. But
I disagree there. I think there's a completely different thing that like, okay, yes, the no new wars thing is and was a big deal. And I'm not very happy about that. But the border, the illegal immigration was clearly a separate issue. Come on, Dave. Come on.
That's almost kind of less important. In this moment, the thing is like, look, the Democrats, if you're going to
everybody, please put FMG in the chat. Thank you so very, very much for yet again sponsoring the stream. Funk Master General. Until next time, peace.
If you're gonna play this game, which is like we're gonna sit on our hands the whole time, then you just open yourself up to him doing this to you. And, it's not like they didn't never stand. There were a few different moments throughout the thing where they stood. They stood for the hockey team. They stood for getting, Israeli hostages back. I think they stood for part of the like Iran war propaganda stuff that we're about to get to. But regardless, you're just like, if you're the Democrats there, it's like, you got to stand for that one. You guys are going to have to stand for that one. Like, you just can't not. He made it so simple. He goes,
yep, years years. The same way we bring up like the way that Biden was talking about Obama. He's the first mainstream articulate black. If you don't vote for me, you ain't. This is gonna be one of them clips. This is gonna be one of them clips for a long.
Stand up if you agree that your job is to prioritize U.S. citizens over people who illegally entered our country, and you're gonna all sit there for that. God damn, man, are the Democrats bad at politics? Because, like, I don't know. First of all, it is. If you actually feel that way, that is profoundly, treacherous and awful and horrible.
Treasonous? Is that not? What? Okay, let's. What exactly would be? Okay. No. Let's GPT this shit. We're sharing here. Okay. So. What was I just gonna say? Oh, fuck. What did he just say? Oh, treason. Okay. So, what would be the bare minimum action or lack thereof? That's one word, right? No? I think. Right? I thought that was one word. Oh, thereof is one word. Okay. What would be the bare minimum action or lack thereof that would constitute treason in the U.S.? So let's see. Let's just start there and see what we're talking about. No one is black on stolen land. Dilly fucking dilly. Oh, I was so confused. I was like, I'm looking at, because I got the vertical chat up on my TV. And I'm like, Jason just said something. I don't see it, but it's all like, here. Obama's basically a techno-fascist, and I don't mean that as an insult. I don't know. So, okay. Under U.S. law, treason is defined very narrowly. Definition comes from blah, 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 blah of the Constitution. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. So how was it not treason when Trump asked in the State of the Union for everyone to stand if they put Americans over illegal immigrants? I mean, according to the letter of the law, that seems like a basic treason. Not necessarily just not standing, but that is a political statement. So you're making a political statement against Americans. The border clearly was open. We have been invaded. They are now a military enemy, and you're giving them aid and comfort. How is that not treason? Better is better. It would not qualify as treason for a straightforward legal reason. It does not mean the constitutional definition. Okay. Okay, but their not standing constitutes a position against American citizens. Then if you factor in that the Democrats left the border wide open, creating an invasion, then the illegal aliens as a group are in fact an enemy of the state, and they give them plenty of aid and comfort in sanctuary cities. I'm interested to see where this goes. I feel like this is not. Obviously, I'm not expecting anyone to be fucking arrested for treason because they didn't stand up. But I'm just saying. Wait, okay. Golden Doc said Obama was based. Oh yeah, he's got that jailed journalists and shit. Why is that awesome? I wholeheartedly disagree. That is awesome. All right. Let's see. Did I not just do that? Okay. What you're describing is a political and rhetorical argument. Yes, it does not meet the legal definition of treason under U.S. law. Under the Constitution, treason is limited to levying war against the United States or hearing There are I guess two. Enemy has a specific legal meaning. Blah 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 blah. Criminal groups. Yup. Political opponents. Yup. Protest movements. Yup. Migrants entering unlawfully. Yup. Domestic political parties. Did we not just cover Jew Jersey yesterday? I mean, even some characterizes a border crossing as an invasion rhetorically that does not convert migrants into a legally recognized wartime enemy. There. Felony standard. So, okay. I mean, obviously not. But it is not legally treason, but it is treasonous. It is treasonous. All right, so I'm gonna finish my drink while we let Dave cook a little bit, and I'm going to bed. I did not expect to be drinking. Wait, do I have a fucking client tomorrow? Wait, what's today? Gang, gang. All right, that. Okay, I mean, keeping the media in line is one thing, but jailing journalists for journalism is a different thing.
Horrible. But my God, then at least lie. At least pretend that's not how you feel. Or, this is such a bad moment. It's like this was Trump, in my opinion.
Wait a minute, Dave. Are you saying that politicians would behoove themselves, but not actually talking about their real opinions? I don't know about that. Do you know anything about politics, Dave?
Moment of the speech, and only because he forced the Democrats into such an unforced error. Like this shit is so bad that it's like this is the type of thing that, despite how bad Trump's doing, is like the Republicans' only hope to hang on to power, to do okay in the midterms, maybe win the presidency in 28. Is if the Democrats are sitting here like, no, we care about illegal immigrants more than we care about U.S. citizens. And there's just there's. You just have to stand for that one. It also, if you're going to be like, I don't know, you're going to be smart about this shit. And I remember I said this, so Donald Trump came and spoke at the Libertarian Party National Convention in 2024, in the summer of 2024. And I spoke before him at that event. And I was like, I was out on the floor with everybody. I was out on the delegation floor and all that stuff. And I was saying to everybody, I said in my speech, I said to everybody I could talk to, and trying to use whatever influence I have in the Libertarian Party. And I was like, guys, look, this is cool. The president's coming and speaking at our party's convention. Just here's what you have to do, right? Be cool. And by be cool, that doesn't mean you have to cheer for him. It doesn't even mean you can't boo him. Boo him if he says something that deserves to be booed. But don't just boo him when he walks out there, or just boo through his speech. Because first of all, on one level, it makes you look like an asshole. And kind of like a child. It's like, oh, what are you like? You're now casting yourself as like the pink-haired male feminist with a bullhorn shutting down Jordan Peterson's speeches.
I mean, is that not the Libertarian Party mostly?
Or something like that. I think I said something to that effect in my speech before Trump got up. And, I was like it's fine. This is what I was telling everyone. Like, I was like, dude, it's fine if we boo him. But let him say something that deserves to be booed, and then let the story go. Donald Trump tried to say this bullshit, but libertarians booed him for that. But
I mean, if I still think the libertarianism as as anything but your foundation, I don't think that goes anywhere. But I mean, if you're going to be a libertarian, Dave Smith seems to be the one. Seems to be the one. All right, guys. Holy shit. 4.5 hours. How do these roll-up streams... The point of a roll-up stream is just to chit-chat with you guys in the 30 minutes that it takes me to roll up some joints. I don't know how we got here. Every single time. It's 4, 5, 7 hours later. Jesus. Jesus. Last chance. Nobody's going to give Morty the fucking refill. $5. $5 for a refill. If we can hit it by the time I sign off. You come here. Come here. Come. I know you just want your peanut butter. Come here. If you look cute, they might fucking pay us. Come here. Up. Come here. Yes. Come. There we go. So the lesson today, as always, number one is make sure. Mort, can you sit down? Can you sit? Sit. There you go. So lesson number one is to make sure that if you get a bigger grinder, that you check the teeth. If you didn't check the teeth, flip and twist. When it comes to Tucker and Huckabee, it's pretty obvious that the Israel lobby is just bullshit. There's no deeper thing. It's just like, oh, they control everything. Now, control is a strong word, but they've got a lot of influence, and there is no reason for it that is justifiable. Then, State of the Union, kind of boring, kind of basic, but at the end of the day, Democrats care more about illegal immigrants than they care about you. Do with that information what you will, but if that information leads you to vote Democrat, then yikes. That is very, very scary. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. If you are new, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Of course, always with Morty, the Overlord. And I don't know what else to say. I'm drunk now, and I'm tired, and I'm there. So I will see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, maybe talking about James Sexton, or maybe something better comes out. But either way, that Sexton dude is at the very least interesting, very least entertaining. So I very much appreciate you guys hanging out. I know that you could be spending your time doing anything else in the world, and yet, here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. And we very much appreciate it. A big shout out to all of the donations, and a big shout out to all the disciples. But even if you have never dropped a dime here, even if you have never dropped a dime, the fact that you're in the chat, the fact that you are talking, the fact that you are making the conversation happen is the most important thing to me. Thank you. Once again, wait. Once again, this is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, that's tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. We are out of here. Peace.